Hey, we got new music that just came out a couple days ago. The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening Koholint Serenade. Ooh, Candlelight. This is on OC Remix Classical. So I was suiting up for a distraction-free day, and then of course had some issues with the internet. What do you do? They so a year ago we had some issues early on, and they replaced some equipment. Basically, a cable was getting pinched in a box down the road because there's a lot of wind, and the wind would rattle the cage and cause the cable to get pinched in between two places. And so they fixed that. Hold on a second. What's going on here? Let me check out the audio real quick. Something about the audio doesn't seem quite right. Oh, I guess it's just the music's quieter. Uh, anyway, what was I saying? I was saying something. Okay, this is maybe a little too intense. This music. We'll see. Anyway, where was I at? Oh yeah, and so then just recently there was another problem, and it was, well, we don't actually know what it was, but it seems like it was another equipment failure in the box at the end of the road. And then this is just a couple days later now. There was another problem, and the internet has been cutting out for just a couple seconds here and there, and then it was out this morning, and it turned out that just something needed to be restarted, but I don't want to have to check and make sure things are restarted before I get my day going, you know? So, anyway, figuring it out. So what we're working on today is kind of bland and boring, so it's a great time for questions and a little bit of chat. It's not... I've done most of the brain work already, and now I have to do the finger work. And the finger work is that I need to go through probably in about 100 different places and pass down some brand information that was not available previously. So previously, all of the emails that went out with our branding on them. Everything that's on the webpage has our branding on it. Now we're switching over to have the capability to do white labeling so that people can run our platform with custom branding, so it has their logo on it, just like what's well, not quite like what Google does, kind of like what well, a lot of services do. Google, I think, kind of does this too. Google is a little bit better about giving you entirely your own branding. You get your own URL, but this is just custom branding, subdomain, that kind of thing. Anyway, so that's what we're gonna do, and it's mostly just kind of it's something that in the future could be greatly assisted by, dare I say, AI. It's something that, look, you follow the functions all the way through, you find where the account ID comes from, and you do the thing to get the account ID if you can, and if you can't, then you mark it with a to do, and that's an exceptional case. So, but anyway, we're gonna go through, and everywhere that I can find, I'm going to be basically finding where the account ID is available in the code, and then finding a way to pass it through. So let me see where we're at right now. Okay, we've got some modifications that are going to have to happen to the mailer. This is going to have to be multi-stage. So there's going to be a couple of PRs, 2 PRs that need to go through before this. Well, actually, it's going to have to be, yeah, all 3 PRs for this are going to have to go all the way to production before the next PR goes through. So we're going to have one PR to add some stuff to the database and then make sure that we actually add the relevant fields to the database, or not fields, the relevant data to the database, because our own brand, before it was in a config file, now it's moving into the database. So we have to seed our brand information, and we have to do it a few different times because it's not just our brand information, but it's also the the staging and the development and the beta and the demo and all of that stuff, which have slightly different branding. So all of that's got to get through. And then there needs to be enforcement that it actually checks for the brand and uses the brand data. That's got to get through. And then there's going to be the emails is going to be the last one, which is the biggest change. So we can delay that longer. Anyway, so I've got a bunch of stuff here, and I'm just going to go through it one by one and figure out where, whoops, my keys landed on the keyboard in the wrong place. I'm just going to figure out where I can put it. So we'll go ahead and get started. Okay. I think I found... Okay, this one, I don't know where to get the brand info. Most of these, I do know where to get the brand info. So we're going to go into source, finalize transaction, and we're looking for delayed task event. And then from here, we're looking for send consolidated emails. Wait. Events. There we are. And then from here, and I may redo some of this to just use, rather than a for each, just use a for loop. Yeah, I think I will. Well, I'm not going to make any other refactoring changes. We're going to keep this scoped just to the task at hand. All right, so there's account. I don't know where account came from. Okay, transaction.account. That's where account came from. Okay, so I need to note that for later because I think there is a transaction in here. And so hopefully this will have transaction.account on it as well. So let me go ahead and... Woo! Make this change. Transaction.account. Okay. So we're just starting at the bottom. Send consolidated emails. Execute task events. Completion. Run events. Okay. Send consolidated emails. And then we have account ID is already in there, so that's good. Oh, you know what? Before I do that, I have to make a retroactive commit. Hold on. Brand config. So we need to have a references here. Let me figure out how references work. I wonder if I could get a Tears of the Kingdom soundtrack. All right, I'm just going to take a look at this one here. Okay, references, not nullable references. Okay, it's that simple. Oh wait, that's not primary, duh. Let me just make sure, and this should be not nullable as well. And we could keep it unsigned. Ugh. So this is actually something that has bit us in the butt. on delete cascade. Do we want all of these things? Maybe we just want this whole thing. Is having slightly different types in certain tables. You know, integer one size, integer another size, that kind of thing. Signed, unsigned. I would like to move everything over to ULIDs. That would be my preference. I was thinking UUIDs for a while, but ULIDs are the trick. And I kind of think that rather than ID, because ID makes a lot of sense, right? But I kind of think rather than ID, it ought to be named the type of ID that it is. The reason for this is because when you need to restructure your IDs, then everything has to become account underscore, you know, whatever. So maybe we will do this. Anyway, the thing that sucks about that is they have to first go and figure out the ID for the thing. And this also sucks because we don't have an account for our own product because our product has not been a brand. I might just call this one 0. We got a problem here. If they don't have custom branding, because the custom branding needs to be optional. So I kind of think the relationship goes the opposite way. That they could have a brand ID or not have a brand ID. So, not sure on this one. Okay, question from Super Stay Up. Hey, I think I remember your face, but not your name. ULID in what sense? So ULID is a standard like UUID is a standard or GUID is a standard. So GUID is Microsoft, UUID is kind of more generic. And then ULID is where part of the ID is a timestamp and part of it is random. So I think it's something 128 bits. So it's compatible with UUID in terms of you can fit a ULID in a UUID. But the version number may be wrong. So technically, there could be a version of ULID that is compatible with UUID. But UUID has a field number, or has a version number in a field. And ULID, I don't think, has that. So if it had that, then they could be compatible. Because there's a version, basically a version and a revision in UUID. ULID solves the problem that UUIDs are actually really slow for writes in a database as a primary key, because the primary key is with an index, assuming that the IDs are going to be sequential. And indexes generally work really well on data that has a pattern to it and very poorly on data that has no pattern to it. Because if the data has no pattern, then you can't have a hot cache of the ID section. Whereas if you're doing lots of writes and the next ID is going to go at the end, is going to go sequentially from the previous ID, then the database can index that more efficiently. And with UUIDs, since they're completely random, the write indexing fails really bad. But with ULIDs, because they are only partially random, because the first part is time-based, that's sequential, and the time-based is, I don't remember exactly how it works, but it's more than 32 bits. I think it's 48 bits or 42 bits or 40 bits. But it's enough that it can have nanosecond resolution. And it's okay if it rolls over because it's not supposed to represent a date as much as it's supposed to represent unique. So the timestamp should be unique. as a sequential counter. I think that the timestamp also has a place for not just nanoseconds, but counter as well. So the ULID should be unique just in terms of the time, because even if there's 1,000 during the same millisecond, there's enough bits left over for doing sequential. And then the rest of it is random. So you have the best of both worlds. So ULIDs are the new hotness, and they make a lot of sense. And they opened my eyes to the issues of UUIDs that I didn't really know about before. And yeah, so that's the ULID for you. Anyway, so I'm thinking about this, and it seems like the best way to go about it is that an account will have a brand, may have a brand. But if the account doesn't have a brand, then we should use the default brand. And so the default should be probably 0 or something like 0. What is the lowest ULID? That's my question. Okay. Crockford base 32 online. ULIDs use Crockford base 32. Okay, text encoded. Okay, good. That's what I wanted to know. So we can have a predictable ULID where 0 is the null value. Or I guess we could just have it be null. Can we have it be null? Can we have it? No, you can't have a null. You can't have a null primary key because nulls cannot be unique. You cannot say that the null value is a unique value. You always have to allow multiple nulls. Okay, so that's not going to work there. So let's go back to... I guess what we're going to have to create is... Let's just do this. We're going to do something else as well. So we won't put the references here. We'll put the references elsewhere. So this is the catch, or not the catch, but the kicker. This is the important point, is that every account will have a brand. For many entities, it will be the default brand. So we're not going to create table. Let's see, where's one where we just modify? Where's a add column or something? Modify. No, really? User account preference. What do we do here? Create or replace, create table. Nope. Not what I was hoping for, actually. Okay, this is the one that I want to look at. Okay, alter table. It's called alter table. And then we just do the rest of it like normal. So instead of create table, it's our alter table. So the one that I need to do is the brand config. And we're just going to do the alter table. And we're going to alter table account. And then we're going to have this... Did I call it ULID or ID? ULID or ID? I'm going to call it ULID. That's what I'm going to go with. Final answer. If I live to regret it, I live to regret it. Okay, not nullable. And we want this to be size of 26. Not nullable. And then we want it to be references brand.id. So this is a has one relationship as opposed to a belongs to relationship. Hey, Standard Error, what's up? How you doing? And then, thanks for the tip. Sorry I saw it late. Or are you asking what alter table is, or are you proposing that that's probably the name of it? A lot of this stuff I'm not doing migrations often enough to remember the Connects API, because it's something where, you know, a couple times a month. Okay. I do it. And a lot of times I do them in SQL because the SQL ends up being easier when it's more complex. I much prefer the idea of generating code from SQL than generating SQL from code. I think that it's a much stronger way to go. But there are downsides to that too, but I think that's really the way to go. I think that ORMs were a mistake. We don't pick 60,000 different databases and, you know, oh, you'd like to use my product? What database would you like to use my product with? No, I have a product. This is the database that ships with. The end. You know, you want to use my product? Install the database alongside it. It's not a big deal to install a database, you know, and especially in the age of containerization, where you literally just map a drive or, you know, map a folder to a container and then run the container. That's not a big deal. Okay, so there's brand ID. It's not going to be nullable. We're not going to do Cascade on this because Cascade would do the opposite. Would mean that if the brand is deleted, then the record would get deleted. The account record. And we definitely don't want that. So, okay, and we are going to get an index on this because we have that there. Oh, and then we need, I think it's default. I think it's just default, but it could be defaults too. Let me check in here. Default 2. And the reason it's default 2 is because in earlier versions of JavaScript, default was a strangely reserved word. And by strangely reserved word, I mean that it was reserved in instances that what didn't matter. All right, and we need a default to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then we take this whole thing and then we add 13 more. Okay. Well, this gives us kind of a conundrum, doesn't it? Okay, so I think what this also means is we actually need to do an insert in here. And then we're going to have to do an update later. Oops. Oh, important phone call. Just a second. And we're back. Okay, so hey, I like that idea. Thank you. Yeah, repeat is a new one, and I just haven't got it in my muscle memory to use it. I knew that it was there, but it's not something that I reach for because I'm so old. So old. Do you see these? Those are gray hairs of wisdom. Yeah. Speaking of gray hairs of wisdom, I'm going to change my ISO to auto real quick. There it goes. Oh, it's darkening. Oh, that's fine, I guess. Okay. I don't find very many uses for it. I believe that it is handy, but I don't find very many uses for it. It's not a common thing. And on that note, actually, let's do this. Just so that it's clear, why are we choosing 26? Because magic numbers are evil. There we go. Okay. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to bring into the migration something that creates this brand by this ID. And let's see here. We just do connects and then whatever insert. Yep. Okay, got it. All right, so we need to do await connects and then give it, what will it be? Brand dot insert. And then I think we'll just give it all the things. And then let's see, we'll probably have to have a default ULID. Actually, I might do it this way. I might do let default brand equals. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it that way. Okay, that's fine. Default brand. Okay, and then the default brand, I already have something. Brands, we're gonna go with, let's go with staging. We'll copy the staging brand. And then I'm gonna change slug is going to be maybe something, we'll just call it default. Hostname is example.com. Whoops. Actually, I'm going to do the production values for this one. Am I going to do the production value? Yeah, I think I should do the production values. What? Where'd they go? Acme Co. app. There we go. Production values are under app. Okay, we'll call this default. And then for all of this, I should just be able to change out that for example.com. And then again, we'll go with Acme. Okay. And then here, where was Sesame Street again? What's the zip code for Sesame Street? Oops. Sesame Street's weird, real, by the way. I just want you to know that. Okay. It's like 10 something something. 10036. Oh, or is it 10024? Let me check on maps.google.com real quick. Sesame Street, New York. Yeah, okay, good. It is. I think it gets its own zip code. It's New York, New York. I'm going to call this New York City. Just because I can, and it's not going to hurt anything. Whoa, what was that about? Alright, let me catch up on comments. Are you streaming your work? Yes, I am, Corny. Yes, I am. I didn't know about it either. I'm just used to Perl's 0 times 26 and figured JavaScript might have something similar. Yeah. Yeah, I'm familiar with it in Ruby. Oh, 10123. Final answer. It is 10023. So, sorry, you are the Winkus Link. Goodbye. I did phone a friend, but I won. Okay, so this looks good enough. All right, so do we have a drop column if exists? Let me just check on that real quick. Drop column if exists connects. Should probably remove the spaces out of this to get maybe more accurate results. All right, so for anybody who is interested on knowing how you get to Sesame Street, there it is. There's your link. And I think if I looked up the history of this once. Yeah. So Sesame Street was based on an actual street, and somebody had kind of done the previous site that I was looking at does all this cross-referencing stuff of, okay, here's the 86 fire station, here's this, that, and the other. And then they actually did rename it. It is 10023. That is the official zip code for Sesame Street. But that's the real Sesame Street. So Sesame Street is a real place. You can visit it in your car. There we go. There's a couple of links if you want to get to Sesame Street. What did I win? Twitch dropped out for a minute. What did I win? I don't know that I won anything. What are we talking about winning? And I don't see that I dropped out, but I'm going to try to get the streaming set up. Okay, so there is no drop column if not exists for connects. That's fine. Drop column brand ID. But that means that we also need to drop the reference. Crap. Let me think about what am I going to do for that. Too bright. How do I unreference a thing? Oh, we can't have multiple returns, duh. I don't know why it does the return. That's such a silly thing to do. Don't return when there's no return. It's just confusing. It's like drop index maybe? Yeah, I think that's it. Drop foreign. Okay, that's all right. That's cool. That's cool. We can do that. All right. So we can get that done. We can drop this one. We can do the insert on this. There's the default brand. And then we will have to update the default brand, but that's fine. I'm going to need to change my little ditty. Brand add. We're going to change this to brand set. Where's that brand coming from? Source lib brand. And another thing is, if you need to await, you should return await. Either return await or await without return. One of the two. Alright, I'm skipping this piece of music because I don't like it. And this is the ID. So that's going to be a string. ULID. And then this is going to be brand. What do we call it? Branding? Brand details, custom brand. I forgot what I called this in the types. Brand details. Yeah, so that's... Elmo sends a package to Oscar addressed with a zip code 10123. That is not real. As far as I know. That one is kind of like 555 as a phone number. Well, I guess it is real. But this is not... That's not where Sesame Street actually is. Sesame Street, I believe, is... I think it's on Times Square. Oh, this is good music right here. Alright, so... I do want to build something to use SQL-C with JavaScript. I'm just not going to build it today. Alright, if not brand ID, return await. Brand ID. And then, what is it? Fetch and update or something? Okay, I think that's a patch. Patch and fetch. Ah, whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Patch and fetch by ID. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, and I do need to update brand details to have ULID. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I don't need to put that there. Yeah. Okay. Okay, brand add. Yeah, but it's a retcon. So the real Sesame Street is a retcon. All right, that looks good. Okay, so does Big Bird work at Acme? Where does Big Bird work? And please don't tell me that Big Bird's a lazy good for nothing. That would just break my heart. Sitting around the trash can collecting Social Security. Wait, not Social Security. Welfare. Yes, there are people who have to collect welfare. No, Big Bird is not one of them. He's an able-bodied bird. He could be a courier. He could do all sorts of things. By the way, a reminder to me to remind you to remind us all. If you like what you like, you get more of what you like. So consider like, sub, follow if you want to. But not if you don't want to. Let the one who guide you. Alright, so I fixed that. I think I fixed this. So then for brands, this one, ID needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do that twice and twice more. That brings us to 24. That rhymed. And then we'll just take the whole thing and double check it. $26. Good. So we will update this one. We'll also update staging. So this is where things may get interesting. I don't think slug is going to be used anywhere except for here. Here, the base domain is going to be null. I think we allow for that, I'm pretty sure. So the reason that the base domain is going to be null is for things that are fully custom branded, there's no restriction on what base domain is allowed to be used. But things that are not fully custom branded will have to have the base domain set. So if I'm not mistaken here, yeah, that's null. That's nullable. Let me just make sure base domain is nullable in the migration. That is nullable. I like the idea of being very explicit about what's nullable. In fact, maybe I should just get rid of nullable and just put default there, because I'm pretty sure the default is nullable is the default. So things should either be nullable or have a default of null. I think that is an okay way to go about it. Because nullable and not nullable look so similar that at a glance it's difficult to tell, whereas the default... Oh, and we don't have to use default 2. We can just use default, right? So where was I doing the default 2? I thought I was doing a default 2 somewhere. What's up, chat? How are the rest of y'all doing? Okay. Alright, so they provide both. That makes sense. Okay, so brand config looks good. We drop the column, we drop the table, we have some default values that we put in, we have a way to set this so that things don't go terribly wrong. I think we are good then. Do we need any other brand details? I don't think so. So what I'm going to do with this is we're going to do brand set, db migrations, source lib brand, and then types. Okay. So this is going to be a fix-up commit for the add brand table. So I'm just going to do a get rebase -I head the last 5 or so. No. Okay. Maybe the last 10. Add brand API. Okay. Update emails. That seems kind of strange. All right, this brand goes away. And this brand is here to stay. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Interesting. Just make sure brand ID, throw error, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. Okay, good. This is all good. All is well. All is well. Alright. So we're going to force push that, and then we are also going to deploy it to staging. I'm going to log into staging right now. Everything's going to break. Whoops. Not what I meant to log into. Alright, so everything should be breaking right about now. And then I'm going to do a brand add for brands staging. Well, actually, this should be set. Oh, whoops. Okay. So we need to do connects migrate down, which that's going to fail, of course. So we need to go... We just need to copy this or comment this out. We need to migrate down. And then we need to add that back. And then we need to migrate up. Ooh, brokenated. Unknown column ID and field list. I know all about that. All right. What else? Table brand already exists. Fine. All right. So what we have not done, we're in between migrations here. In order to get this to run, we're going to need to comment that out and make that go away. So down, up. Okay, good. And then we need to also do brand set. Unknown column ID. Right. Okay. So let's go ahead and fix these brands real quick. Oh, so this is the Mac Studio, by the way. I did get the Mac Studio, and I am returning it. I am going to get the one that has more GPUs, and the reason for that is because there are occasions when I do things like this, and the GPU just craps out. It's got too much going on, and it goes up to 100%. So I'm going to get the one that's got 33% more GPUs because it's only an extra $200. And if you're, already paying $1 bajillion for a stupid computer, you might as well pay $200 more for the one that's 33% faster on the GPU, because it'll just freeze. And one of the reasons that I wanted to get the Studio was I thought that it was the RAM. So check this out. Okay. Let's see if I can get this to all right, look at that. Look at that memory used. 46 gigabytes. Okay, so I had the 32 gigs before. I'm using 46 gigabytes regularly. Now, it says that 17 gigabytes of that is cached files, which would bring us down below 32 gigabytes. Because if you're just like, well, I can't cache some stuff, oh well. However, I don't know. What I do know is that now I am not in my day-to-day doing stupid me and opening 100 tabs across 3 browsers each, so 300 tabs. I am, with 64 gigs of RAM, I'm not hitting the red line or even the yellow line, as far as I can tell. But I still am getting these weird spikes with the GPU where it'll go up to 100% and then the computer just freezes for a few seconds. So I do want to rid myself of that problem. Also, I don't know that there is ever a time that the efficiency cores are not near 100%. Just what efficiency cores do apparently is their job is to go to 100%. That's how efficiency cores work. That's part of their thing. They're always pegged. So I would like more than 10 cores. I think the MacBook Pro has more than 10 cores. But that's all I get. But unless I go to the Ultra, and I am not going to the Ultra. That's just, I don't have it in me. I can't do it. What I'm hoping, though, is that I'll get the new one before I have to return this one. I'm guessing that there's like 15 days or something. I'm just checking this out real quick. So I'm going to wait and as late as I possibly can to initiate the return, because what I would like is to not be without. Sorry, I have a shirt hanging to prevent some glare, and because of that, I can't see part of the screen because the shirt has fallen over. I've got a thing to drill in there, but I haven't done it yet. You're responsible. You suspect that Discord is responsible for keeping the GPU warm. I turned off a lot of the GPU stuff in Discord. Let me just double check on the settings on this one. Oh, I haven't done that since I've reinstalled Discord, but let me go ahead and look, because I think what the flip does it need to have the GPU for? To have a GIF? You need to have GPU accelerated GIFs? Like, what the flip? Okay, hardware acceleration. We're going to turn that off. And then I turned off the wavy stupid things. I'll have to figure out, that's probably under accessibility or something. Hold on, let me go turn that off. Where's accessibility? Sync with computer. Enable reduced motion. Don't play GIFs. Don't play animated emoji. Only animate on interaction. There we go. I'm gonna make note of that real quick. My notes about how every time I redo a computer, I make notes on what I've done. I never go back and check them, but I do make them at least. Let's see. It's interesting that reduce motion is under accessibility. You know, the people like that are anti-T-Rex, their vision is their visual acuity is motion based, but it's the opposite. The seizure prone. You're gonna have a seizure because. Hold on. Let's see if this does. I'm just gonna check real quick because I need to get back to work. I don't want to waste time here. But GPU processes. Do we have a GPU, Bob? GPU history, that's already active. But there's not a GPU tab here. Do we have a GPU time? Percent GPU? Okay, we do have a percent GPU. Windows server. OBS. That makes sense. VT decoder. Interesting. That makes sense. Here's what does. I think I want to disable GPU acceleration here. Because, like, what the flip is my terminal using GPU acceleration for? It's showing text. Okay. I'm turning that off. The question is well, maybe I'll just leave it on. Because the question is it going to do the same thing, but then just screw with my CPU, right? That's where we have to figure out what's the truth of the matter. Because if it's gonna make the same screw ups, oh, whoops. I don't have SD installed. So many little conveniences. Oh, whoops. Now I already did that. Good. Okay, cool. Alright, so we're going to go back over here. What the flippy dippy? Okay, so I need to go check and see where do I have brand.id? It says nowhere. Okay. So then here, where do I have brand.id? Alright, so let's try this again. NPX migration down. NPX migration up. Brand set. Unknown column brand ID. But I just searched for that and there is no brand ID. That doesn't make sense. Okay. Whoops. Up. Up. Okay. Drop. Table brand. Okay, then why is this a problem? Fine. I got it. So I'm going to go fix that real quick. And then migrate up. Default to. Of course. No, that was wrong. There we go. Just default. Okay, so we got that one. Let's do this one more time with feeling. Yay! Flashes and bounces can trigger epileptic seizures and be very disorienting for users with vestibular or sensory processing disorders. No, ULID is not a reserve board. No, I had the wrong thing in the wrong place. Okay. Okay, what is it griping about now? Mm. So ID, I think here ID is a special word. I think it doesn't know what the ID of this is. Maybe if I go into model brand. So, let's see. Objection ID column. There's our problemo. All right. Win. Okay, and then the next one. Okay. So again. Hey! Oh, bless me. All right, now we need to start squishing these together. There we go. All right, so that part is good. That took a little bit longer than expected, but all right, now I have a way that brands can be related, and then what I need to do is I need to find let's see. I'm going to need to find that particular account. I don't know if that account exists on staging. Hopefully not, actually. We're going to make it tiny. Sorry, everybody. It's what we have to do. It's the life we live. Maybe make it a little bit bigger. Whoa. Maybe. Oh, nope. Nope. That's as big as it can be right there. Okay, so name. Oops. Uh-oh. Internet down? Internet down. Can you hear me? Are you there? Am I here? Okay, are we back? Are we back? Okay, I'm here. Internet not down. Okay. So it was just this? Okay, I never left. Great. All right, so this one for some reason was down. Okay, select where name like okay. Update brand ULID. Wait. Select brand. Select ULID from brand. Update account. Set brand ID equals. I forget how this is supposed to go. Where ID equals, oops, brand ULID. My bad, my bad. Alright, bunch of tests. Oh, weird. I got problems again. Hold on, let me, hold on. Alright. So, what is going on here? Alright, now that's working. Cool. So somebody did notice that things were broken for about 15, 20 minutes there. Not surprisingly... Oh, wow, it's gloomy outside. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So that's all done. By that's all done, I mean this unit of work is complete. That subunit of work. So one thing that I might want to do is we have some prep work. Let me check this out. Oh, we've got add brands 1. I actually would prefer to call that with the number 1. Okay. So what I want to do here is basically... I want to drop this commit. And I probably want to drop those 2 commits. Okay, so let's do a git diff head tilde 1 here. Okay, do we have the account ID or not? Let me double check on this. What does this look like right now? We do not have account ID. Great. Okay, so this right here, we need to make that change happen sooner. So I think what I want to do there is add an edit. Well, no, we'll leave that alone for now. Get by host name, throw if not found. We don't need either of those. We're going to make a couple of changes here. Discord was rendering GIFs, yeah. Okay. So some of these might as well just go in. For example, this. And this. And this kind of, sort of, in a way. I'm going to come back to that. This one, we might as well. Okay. This right here. This one is no. Okay, this one is not ready. So this is a no-go. Okay, this one, kind of, sort of. That one, kind of, sort of. That one, no. And this one... I'm not sure. Alright, list brands. That should be an error. Get by host name. That one. I guess we just don't need that yet. I'm going to do this a slightly different way, I think. So get by host name. Okay. Ah! Brand not found. So this is not going to be there yet. Get by host name, because we don't need to do that. We don't need it to be required. Okay, can we just leave this one as is? Hold on. Hey, what's up, the Neverworld? My favorite tardigrade. Back for action. Gosh, there's a lot that's new. There's all sorts of things that are new. My son and I go to check the mail on the four-wheeler just about every day. He learned the word four-wheeler, and he is using it to the fullest and letting me know that he wants to go on the four-wheeler. I've got a Mac Studio now, which I'm returning to get a different Mac Studio that is slightly more powerful. Yeah, it's really dumb. I mean, they are just printing money, though. They are just printing money because you decide, 6 months in, 32 gigs not enough. I need 64 gigs. 1 terabyte's not enough. I need 2 terabytes. Whatever. You decide that 6 months in or whatever, 3 months in, anything after 14 days, you decide that, and you have to buy a completely new computer. You can't just, pop the top, quadruple the RAM for $50. No. You have to buy a whole new one. But anyway, so I bought the Mac Studio, and I am enjoying it. There was one problem that I've had so far. I think it was after a system update, so maybe I can forgive it. I'm not 100% sure if that's when it happened. But there is one time it was really slow waking up from sleep, and then the screens would all skitter the wampus. But for the most part, it is better than having the laptop, including the desk space. What's the Mac Studio? Oh, my sound might be a little low. Let me check my sound real quick. Let me check and make sure. Okay, that's up. That's up. That's up. That's up. Okay, nope, my sound looks good. Mac Studio. Mac Studio. I got the Max, not the Ultra. But it's like a Mac Mini, but 2.5 times as tall. And it's basically a MacBook Pro in desktop form factor. And I am hoping that they do... Let's see. They do... I hope they ship it to me early. Because the window in which I'm going to have to return this one might suck really, really bad in terms of me. I don't like needing to restore this from a time machine backup or something. Because if the other one comes in the window before I return this, because I think the date that I have to declare that I'm going to return it is in about 9 days. And then I don't know how many days I have to return it, but the new one's going to come on June 8th. But since I've noticed a little bit that I don't like with this one, just the GPU performance, because I'm running 4 screens, and so sometimes this right here causes it to go haywire. And I'm hoping that if I just add more GPU, then it won't. Anyway, let me check this out real quick. What was I going to do in here? I was going to look for the brand, like public /brand and brand arget, and then brand dot rather than require, I'm going to do request, or maybe just get or try. What's a soft get? Maybe get? Maybe get by host name? Like this, maybe. There we go. How about just get default? That seems like a good way to go. Okay, so we've got that. How about that? We'll just go with that. I think that in my source lib errors, brand not found, we just have status and message. So maybe we could add that too. There we go. And then we need to go find the get defaults. Okay, that's going to be source lib brand. And we'll do const default ULID equals 0.repeat 26. a get default. We'll take nothing. Find by ID. I think that's a thing, right? Yes, it is. Okay. And that definitely should be an error. That's a different kind of error. That's an unexpected error. An unforced error. Okay. I will check comments in just a second. But I won't check them right now. Yes, it is. There we go. There we go. All right. Force it. Okay, let me check comments here. Looks really nice. Congrats on the upgrade. Yeah, it's about the same as my MacBook Pro. That's what I got. One of the problems though is, and this is kind of a consideration, is it might actually, I really want something that's just a desktop system. I want that. I want something that I just sit here and it takes up desktop space as a desktop system and I put things on top of it if I want to. But it would probably be cheaper if I went with the MacBook Pro because, well, actually, the configuration of MacBook Pro that I have, I can't resell it. This is the first time in history that I'm aware of that I can't resell it, and it's a confluence of factors. Economic, the economy, people not wanting to buy things as much, whatever. I could buy the same MacBook Pro that I have for something like 1/2 to 2/3 the cost of what I paid for it right now, because there's all those faux engineers getting laid off. Oh, that was. Did I say that? Anyway, and so the market is flooded with the computers of programmers that don't have those jobs anymore. And it was just a really popular configuration. It was 32 gigs base model CPU for the Max. Not base model, but base model Max. And too many configurations. And 1 terabyte. And it turned out to just not be enough. And also, I want something that's stationary. I want something that, if I want something mobile that's different, I want my setup here to just stay. So, anyway. I use ChatGPT all the time for code assistance. It's amazing. it is really good at doing really common things. If you need to know how to do homework or how to pass interviews, stuff that there are thousands of examples that are almost identical, it's pretty good at. I do use it occasionally, mostly for learning vocabulary of things that I don't know, because it's really good at identifying syntax and then giving you words that are relevant to that, even if they're not correct. But my problem with ChatGPT is I like things that either work or don't work. And ChatGPT is worse than Stack Overflow because you don't have the comments and the references, right? So Stack Overflow is a toss-up. 2/3 of the information is wrong. But in the comments, you have people telling you why it's wrong. And so I prefer Brave AI and Stack Overflow to ChatGPT most of the time because it gives you the context. So Brave AI is pretty cool too. So let's say, I don't even know what I would search for right now off the top of my head. Let's see if I've got anything in my previous searches now. How to configure ifconfig Linux. I'll just pick something at random. Nope. Let's try. What's the? I don't know what the last thing I searched for was. Otherwise, I'd bring it up. Let me see if I can find the last thing I searched for. Okay. Common types of birds. There we go. Sure. Nope. What is Quetzalcoatl? Come on. Seriously? There it is. Brave AI is coming. So this right here, I like this. Because look, it tells you, here's a sentence, here's a sentence, here's a sentence. Now, sometimes it's wrong, just like ChatGPT is wrong, because sometimes the way it constructs those sentences, it actually, because it's trying to summarize. It's taking these articles and then it's summarizing them. So it's doing what ChatGPT does, but then it actually gives you the resources. So if you want to figure out, okay, where did this come from? Now you know where it came. Now you know where the information came from. Whereas with ChatGPT, you don't get to know where it came from, and you don't get to see the people arguing, no, this is wrong, and here's why. So what does white labeling on emails mean? It means that we send out an email from our server, but we send it out on behalf of a customer to their client. That's what it means. Optimizes your functions. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, Brave AI does not do code, but I don't know. I think that ChatGPT is a mixed bag when it comes to coding. I think it's a mixed bag, but the more expert you are, the less that you'll use it. The more novice you are, the more likely you are to end up in a situation where it's giving you bad information and you don't recognize it. You don't want to be spending hours debugging generated code. It'd be better off for you to figure it out in your own mind, write the code, and debug your own code that you understand, rather than debugging generated code. Anyway, we've got the find by ID, so that's good. All right, we got the maybe get by host name. Wait, what happens? Then that will call next if it succeeds. No, don't try to do that. Okay. Whoa, and the thunder rolls. Okay, let me take a look at all this and see if this is right. Add brand details. Yes, that's good. Get rid of those. Yes, that's good. Get this. Yes, that's good. Get this. Yes, that looks good. Get default. That's good. Okay. So everything is in place, but not enforced. Okay, why is this... Oh, I see what's happening here. So we just put that there. Because technically we could put all those things... No. We're going to be consistent in this way. Okay, get add, get diff cached, down bottom. Okay, still messed that up. Wait, why? Oh, that had a bug fix. That bug fix needs to go in elsewhere. Hold on. Hold on. Hold the phone. We're going to get to that bug fix. I need to get that in elsewhere, actually. Let's see. Get status. Get type. Get down. You have an SMT mail server? Cool. How many CPU cores do you need to send lots of emails a day? 1? You don't? That's not relevant? How many CPU cores do you need? What do you suggest these days to make money as a software dev? I don't know. I'm going to say work on... I mean, the only thing I know is what I've done, which is work on problems that you're interested in solving and see who else has them. Tell people about the problems you're solving, and then the people who have those problems will come to you. They'll come to you. Live by the bare necessities. It's how a software dev can rest at ease with just his Lambo and his wife. Oh, yeah. Add brand API. Okay. Fix cores. What's it? Take a look at that. That's good. Okay, I'm gonna go open this up over here. We're gonna confirm that. So I'm gonna go for another hour or two, and then I'm gonna break and play some Zelda. And that's going to be on AJ Plays Nintendo. So I'm going to drop the link to that. If you're interested in that, you can do that. This will be number 2. So I'm starting Tears of Kingdom from scratch. I already have played through the first several hours, but my wife does not like me streaming when we're playing together in the living room. So but I still kind of want to stream because I find it fun. And I like chatting with people while I'm gaming, and my wife isn't really a gamer. I mean, well, I'm not a gamer, I'm just a Nintendoer, but the same thing. Or same concept. Yeah, get a job in a company and start to grow on it or create your own project. Yes, this is excellent advice. Even if you get a bad job, it's better than not having a job. So there was this issue where somebody was griping on Twitter or some social media platform about, I can't believe that, after going to a boot camp for 12 weeks that I'm only making $15 an hour. That's less than McDonald's, or, something like that. And the person replied expertly, if I were hiring someone, I would take someone who has worked a 15-hour job for 6 months over someone who didn't take a job at all. It's like, yeah, there you go. Get some experience. Okay. All right, so did I get that? Oops. All right. So I got that PR coming. I think I'm going to go ahead and fix up the next PR, which is the one that I was just working on. Oh, actually, I don't want to do this yet. Hold on. Okay, so everything that we're doing. I'm assuming that's all good. I'm going to put this PR up for review. Oh, good, and that one already got fixed. Okay, so I'm going to go back to that one real quick. Fix course credentials, get checkout main, get rebase, fix course credentials, and push. That's weird. The changes were approved. Oh, I'm unverified. Right. Let me fix this. Hold on. Get checkout. Fix course credentials. Webby, get, what is it? No. GPG. PubKey. Hold on 1 second here. All right. Hold on. Where's get GPG? Get config GPG. There we go. Copy and paste the key above. Begin PGP block. Where's my... Find my little port for the security key here. So Brave no longer lets me use Touch ID. I think I know why. I think it's because I use the DMG rather than the PKG, and I think the PKG gets some system permissions or something, which the DMG doesn't ask for. I think that they should fix that, personally. All right, there we go. So it was that simple. If you want to set up GPG authentication with GitHub, first do that, follow the on-screen instructions, then do that, follow the on-screen instructions, pasting in the chat right there. Of course, you need to get Webby first, which is curl https webby.sh, like that. Whoops. There. But yeah, there we go. Okay, so now git commit amend. All right, save and keychain. No, I do not want to save typing. All right. I don't like that it tells me my password is insecure when it obviously isn't. Yes, you can have random that doesn't include a number or a symbol. In fact, it's part of randomness. Yeah, that one's highly unlikely. That random password is highly, highly unlikely. Oh, by the way, quick reminder from me to myself to you. If you like what you like, you get more of what you like. So, consider likes and follow if you want to. Let the one who guide you. All right, so let's check out main again. And then get reset hard head tilde 1 Git rebase, git push. Why? Why has it failed to push? All right, I'm going to go back. Why does it say unverified? All right, I'm going to go check out my commits again. It says unverified, but I just added this to GitHub. All right. Oh. I didn't force push after verifying the commit. All right, good. Okay, so I got that done. Thank goodness. That was annoying, but that's working out. So let's do back to add brands 1. Get rebase main. Conflict source index. What? How? What? I always get confused. 0 line change. 0 lines were removed and no lines were added. Conflict. Host name me maybe. I just branded you, and this is crazy. Here's my brand details. Okay. So let's take a look at the log here. Okay, I knew we were going to have some conflicts here, but this should be pretty simple stuff. Adding a line. Why is that a conflict? Nobody knows. Adding an empty line was a conflict. I don't know which of these is more correct. Either of these should work, right? I don't know which one. whatever one I had. Yeah. We're going to go with that. Okay, that one of those at least was legit. And then this one, this should have one that's legit too. So this is going to go here. Yep. And this is going to go here. But it's going to replace that. All right, let's see what actually changed here. So this one, we're going to leave alone. We're not going to change that. Get reset. Get checkout. This one, we need to get rid of that squibbly do. Maybe get by host name. That was a simple addition, but for some reason was a conflict. I really just, those just boggle the mind. They boggle the mind. Okay. So, oh, this we don't need. That actually is incorrect. So I'm going to, oops. Yeah. Okay, that's the only change. That's actually what I expected. No diff there. No diff here. Get rebase. Continue. Good. That makes that really simple. Okay. Oh, what's up, everybody? How's it going? Did we get a raid or something? I didn't get a notification, but it looks like a whole bunch of people jumped on. So hello to each and all of you. If you like what you like, you get more what you like. So consider a like, sub, follow if you want to, once you've had time to digest what's going on here. Kind of boring stuff today. Just going through and making some changes and yeah. Getting branding going. I'm actually breaking down a couple of PRs that need to go in first. And then I'm going to just go ahead and squash this into that. And then we're going to do this. Add custom branding and let's see, add custom branding table and API. That's all we're doing in this. So again, looking at this, just kind of going through, that's it. That's all we're doing is adding a table so that we can have information. That's it. That's good. Okay, so then I'm going to go back to this add brands. And I'm going to rebase this again. We're going to do it interactive this time because we're going to see these duplicate commits for this add brand API, add brand API. We already have those squashed upstream. So I just get rid of them so that it rebases cleanly. And then let's make sure that this is effed up. Oh, it is. Forced. Oh, crap. No, this is wrong. I'm actually going to do... We're going to drop all of this. It's just going to be this. Okay. That is what we wanted. Because I had some other commits in there because this is on top of another feature. Let's see. These are the non-breaking brand API changes. They will need to go all the way through production before any of the changes that require they strictly require brand info or changes to the email system. Okay. I'm gonna go over here. Non-breaking changes in prep for brand API. At Brack, will you take a look at the database structure? Give me your feedback. There we go. Okay, let me go ahead and deploy this to staging, which, in order to do that, let me go back here. Okay, so that one is going to be slightly different. And then, let's see, what we need to do here. Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome. Feel free to say hello, ask questions. I'm doing some pretty mindless work right now. It's a bunch of just refactoring, copy pasting, reviewing diffs, making sure things get in the right order. So I'm open for a little bit of conversation. Let's see here. So with this, we force that change. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this over to the staging server. And I don't think that I need to do an up-down, but I might do an up-down. But I do need to restart. And then I'm going to go check that I can log in again. Okay. All right. See me logging in. All right, I'm going to log out. Well, I don't need to log out and log back in. I can see that things are working. And then I need to be able to see... brand details are loading. And then I also need to see brand details are loading over here. Great. Okay, so that's all good. So the first commits have now gone through. Now I have to actually do the real mind numbing work. This was all just kind of, it's all lead up. It's all foreplay. now, it's the mind numbing bits. So, let me actually just check. Was it? So a bunch of those things. So this one is where we actually limit access by the brand config. This one's where we update the emails. Okay, this is what I was talking about earlier that I was showing. Let me get rid of these. Over here. Okay. So I've already gone through and grepped through the code and tried to find all, not all yet, but there's going to be maybe 100 places where I'm going to need to change things. Here's a few dozen of them. These were ones that I thought were on the more difficult side. But now that I have, did I get stash? Let me see, get stash list. Oh, there's a whole bunch of stuff here that's just going to have to go. I'm going to do a get stash clear because that looks really, really old. All right. So I'm going to need to go. This is where I was earlier. I'm just going to take this one because it looks pretty simple. So, oh, right. Because before I did this, I needed to create the association between the brand, the custom branding, the brand config, which is the logo, the name, the everything that's supposed to show up, and the emails and the website and all that. So basically, here's the not white labeled version. Okay, so I can just, oh, I can't actually go in here. Okay, so this one's not white labeled, and it has our logo. But what's going to happen is there's going to be a white labeled version. The login is actually not going to be white labeled. We're going to move the login to an SSO where they log in with the platform. But in any case, so things like the email here, the link to the terms and conditions, the link to the privacy policy, the link to contact support, I already said the logo. Those things are going to be swappable. And once you've actually logged in. And so that I needed to create an association between anything that doesn't have custom branding is just going to show our branding, so it's going to fetch our branding. Anything that does have custom branding is going to fetch its own branding, and that's a different price tier, as is with the case with many SaaS applications. Okay, so now that I actually have the ability to link this to an account ID, I do need also what? So that's going to get the account. The account should have the brand ULID in there. Okay, so I'm going to require brand, and I'm going to say get by ID maybe. I could have instead put brand slug. That could have been the column that's referenced. That would have been nice. I might still change that. I still have the opportunity to change that. But anyway, so this is where it sends consolidated emails. And the question is, should it be passing in the brand at this point? And I think right here, the answer is still no. But by the time it gets to whatever actually sends the emails, so can it send consolidated email, and then at some point we're going to see email or emailer dot send or something like that. Okay, right here, send email by body. This is where brand should be able to go in first. So I should be able to do let brand equals await, and then I should be able to figure out how I'm going to get brand get by ULID brand dot, or no, it's going to be account dot brand ULID. So this is what I should be able to do. Oh, I'm getting a call. It's daggone solar sales. Oh, nice. I don't remember what you said nice to because that was a minute and a half ago. But thank you for your support. Okay, account report. I didn't see it fast enough. All right. Yeah, this is what it should look like. Email info.email. So subject, body, and then to. Is that how we're doing this? That might be fine. I'm probably going to change this to look more like this. Okay, oh, it's got equals. There we go. That's the reason it's griping. All right, so this is the one that's going to be nasty. And then tonight, I've got some. So I'm gonna work probably maybe another hour and a half. Let's see. That'll put us at 3:30, 4:30. Yeah, that'd be a really good time. So probably gonna go for about another hour and a half, and then I'm gonna switch to playing some Tears of the Kingdom, which I will link again the Twitch for that if you're interested in following on the other channel. AJ Plays Nintendo. It is here. There, that. And then corresponding, there's the YouTube channel for that too. Okay. This is what I wanted. I just wanted to grab... Am I grabbing the lib? I think I am grabbing the lib. Okay. A lot of these things are alphabetized. A lot of them are still not. There's a lot of cleanup that I have eventually abandoned. And we're going to go with const here, even though these are variables, just because otherwise I'd be changing everything else. But I am going to go with, let's see, util, models, util. Yeah, this one's really nasty. Before I put something new in here, whatever. We're just gonna throw it in there for now. But I like to have these alphabetized and by section. Oh, Amazon has arrived. It should be 3 things, but I bet you they're gonna come by 3 different times. Let's see, what does it say that it delivered? Yeah. Yeah, they're literally going to come by 3 different times for 3 different packages. I don't get it. I guess it's because some of them come from the local warehouse, and then other ones have to be flown in from another warehouse, and then they get shipped out later. These ones look like they might come in the same delivery. That one. Actually, I might go grab that. Those are short HDMI cables, so I have really long HDMI cables right now for my setup. Oh, shots fired! Shots fired! Oh, looking at using Vim plus Shell as an IDE. Do you have anything against real IDEs like VS Code? Oh, shots fired! Aha! Do you have anything against real IDEs like Vim? That's my question for you. So maybe the problem is that you do not know about Vim Essentials, and so you think that you're just using VI. So here's what you need: Vim Essentials. This will take about 2 seconds to copy and paste and less than 30 seconds to complete. And then you will have a full IDE set up with Vim just like I do. Now, I don't typically turn on the autocomplete, which is that might be what you're thinking of as a real IDE when it has autocomplete. But this project in particular, autocomplete isn't very helpful because all of the types are wrong and it uses a lot of metaprogramming. So all of the objection stuff for the database. It's all metaprogramming, and so it wouldn't autocomplete well anyway. But I find the autocomplete is often slow. I hate it in VS Code, for example. I hate it. I really hate it. I even hate it in the browser. You know, like, well, the browser's gotten better recently, but it goes better and worse, right? So this is not too terrible. This is actually potentially good. That's kind of confusing, actually. So I don't know that tab. So they change the behavior, and it gets better and worse. So right now the browser is on a better cycle with its autocomplete. But what I find is if it takes me more time to read the autocomplete than it does to just type it, I'm just going to type it. And the autocomplete, the LSP needs to get much faster. LSP is just way too slow. And I just, I mean, you're talking to a person, and I'm not a fast typer or anything. I don't think. But, here's my key repeat rate. Fast, delay is short. I just want to type quickly. I don't want to sit there all day and be waiting for words to pop up so that I could, heaven forbid, click on them. But even just, yeah, that is not my cup of tea. It is definitely not. No, I hate VS Code. I hate VS Code. It's so flipping slow. It's just so slow, and it's so cumbersome, and it's so cluttered. Like here, boom, it's just my text. And if I need Nerd Tree, which I don't have Nerd Tree, but hold on, I very rarely use it. Let me go back here. There we go. Vim Nerd Tree. So I don't consider Nerd Tree part of the essentials, and I rarely use it, and especially in a project like this where it can be a bit big. It's, see how it takes a lot of time to do that? It doesn't take me a lot of time to do it just by doing ls, right? Or by using find. So I prefer the shell tools because they're really fast. But if I did need to find something, let's see, brand, there we go. So I could open that up, and then here I am, and then I can, oh gosh, I forget what it is to close this thing. I think just like, yeah, that's how I do it. And then let me go back up and open this up again. And then where was I just at? Oh, hold on. Let's do... I was just working in someplace. In fact, I'm going to go out of here. I just find this to be so much faster and easier to use. I don't like things that get in the way. And I get that VS Code is supposed to be newbie friendly, but you got to look at it this way. You're going to save yourself an hour of learning something on the first day to cost you several minutes per hour every single day for the rest of your life. This just doesn't make any sense. Why would you use a tool that's slow and cumbersome when you could learn to use a tool that, yes, it's going to take you half an hour to an hour to learn how to use it? Yes, granted. But then you don't ever have to deal with any of the garbage for the rest of your life. So I don't know when I really got into Vim. I never really got into Vim. I don't have any special love for Vim, but VI is everywhere and it works and it's reliable and it's easy to set up, right? So in 30 seconds, I can have my full environment set up as opposed to having to go through and configure plugins and download this and download that and configure that. I just don't want to do it. Let's see. Turning autocomplete is better. It is better for Vim. Vim is just your text. VS Code is not fast. It is not at all fast. It takes... Okay, look at this. Here's how long it takes to open a file in Vim. Watch. Did you see that? Did you notice it? That's how long it takes to open a file. Now let's open a file in VS Code. Let's do code, source, util. Oh, I don't have VS Code installed yet. But, in VS Code, you're just going to sit here and wait and wait. I don't like VS Code. Yes, That's the other thing is, and when I say it's everywhere, right? VI is everywhere. So you SSH into something. If I spin up a brand new server, I can have my entire IDE configuration set up in about 30 seconds. So yeah, that, and I'm running on I'm on a server right over here, right? So I'm editing stuff. When you get too far away from, I don't think anybody should develop on localhost. I think it's a crutch. Like, it makes sense if you're going to say, oh, well, people in third world countries have to develop on localhost. Maybe they do. I'll grant you that. Maybe they have to develop on localhost. Maybe their internet connection is so bad and their phone is so expensive, hotspotting on their phone is so expensive. Maybe they have to develop on localhost. But I mean, they could develop in a container rather than a localhost or something, you know. Like, developing on localhost, it's a bad habit because you're not working in the real environment and you're not learning how to debug and you're not building skills that are easily transferable. VS Code is faster than IntelliJ. I'll believe that. Devs usually have pretty fast machines. Yeah, running. I also find I run a lot of stuff on a Raspberry Pi, and that's one of the reasons that I have such a simple Vim config, because I can even get this set up on a Raspberry Pi and have it work great. You open a project and then it's fast. Yeah, it is. Yes, SSH. Wait, you can SSH VS Code into a server? What? I've tried that, but I've not found it to be reliable. That's been my issue with that, is that I've not found it to be reliable. Because I wanted to try that. When I was thinking about doing the Beyond Code course, I was thinking, okay, maybe I should just do VS Code. No, Vim is the way to go. Because there's so many problems with SSH in VS Code, and they change it, and it breaks. And I don't like things that break. I like things that just work. Yeah, it's too many layers of abstraction. It's too much stuff you have to learn. I like minimal abstraction. I want to have as few layers between me and the thing as I can, generally speaking. The flatter the better. What is it? Flat is better than nested? Is that... Hold on. Oops. Oh, whoops. Flat is better than nested. There you go. This is software engineering right here. All right, anyway. So I was doing get default, get by host name, and then I also am going to add a get by ULID and get by slug. I'm not going to add the get by slug yet. Now, I think that VS Code is just a major cop-out. And I guess before I was big into Vim, I think I was using Sublime Text, which if I was still doing that, then maybe I would have switched over to VS Code. But it's just too hard to do real world stuff with something like VS Code because, you know, you have to wait 15 minutes to make a one line change, right? Like, you know, you see me, I've got a little deploy script that rsyncs a couple of things over, I hit restart, boom, it's done, right? And like I can change things instantly and see what they look like instantly. I don't like things that have long compiles or builds or, you know, I like things that just boom, and you can check and see, in the real environment, not something where you can't. There's a whole ton of security flaws come from developing on localhost and not having security policy stuff in place. Interesting. My fan is spinning. The wind is blowing. All right, so we're going to do get by ULID, find by ID, ULID, ULID. There we go. And this is not just a brand not found. This is a different kind of error. I think I am gonna put this up here, because this indicates that the developer did something wrong. You shouldn't be able to get a wrong ULID. And so that's the difference between, this is kind of an error and this is kind of an exception. You know, this is a user-friendly error. This is something that the user could typo the URL or something like that, but you shouldn't be able to get the wrong ULID. That shouldn't be possible to exist. And so that's an exception. It would be exceptional to have the wrong ID for the thing. Okay, so now we've got that. So this should be happy again. Account is not defined. Well, where the flippy dippy did that go? Account ID. Well, that's weird. Sorry, I get a little too excited about this stuff. I have strong feelings, as you can tell. Are you using just Vim or NeoVim? I'm just using Vim. I tried NeoVim, but the thing is, again, I want stuff that just works, and NeoVim is not there for me. NeoVim is fancy. NeoVim is sexy. NeoVim's the hot girl you want to take to the prom, but NeoVim's not the one you want to marry. You know what I'm saying? It's, I wish that it were, but I can't. If somebody can show me how to get a simple NeoVim config up and running in 30 seconds, that's fast, that's not installing hundreds of dependencies, I am really interested in that. But after a very, very long time, because people are saying, you should try NeoVim, you got to try NeoVim, you got to try NeoVim. I tried it, and after a couple of hours, I could not get it configured. And the templates that are out there, they're too complicated. They're really cool, GPU rendered, rainbow colored font gradients. Like, I didn't know you could do all of that stuff in a terminal. It's basically a GUI in the terminal, but it comes with the cost of a GUI in the terminal. So if I could just have it run my existing Vim plugins, I would switch to it because there would be no disadvantage. And then it would be easier to onboard Windows people. But the problem is that it doesn't seem like it runs Vim plugins very well. And if you could give me an NVim Essentials that is, I'm going to link this here again. If you could give me that's what I want. I don't want, it's cool, but I don't really want color gradient, I don't care about that. That doesn't help me code. If somebody's looking over my shoulder, it makes me look like a boss. But when I'm sitting down trying to be productive, it's not helping me get my work done. Right? So if you can come up with a NeoVim config that does what Vim Essentials does, then I would be happy to try it out. But it's, and Vim Essentials is not that much, and Vimale shouldn't be necessary because the LSP is built in. So that one you should just be able to get out. But anyway, let me check this other stuff here. And yep, Python programmers use VS Code. Not all, some use Vim. Well, I mean, that's true with everything, right? So the Zen of Python is something that the Zen of Python, the Go Proverbs, the Zen of Zig, those are things that people need to study and understand. Those are very, very important principles of software engineering. That's not just code monkeying, that's engineering. But yes, most people are going to start out as code monkeys because that's the natural path, is you copy and paste. That is how you learn. It's like riding a bicycle with training wheels. So that is the normal natural path. That is the way of it. But you want to progress from code monkey to developer to engineer, maybe, or maybe you don't. Maybe you just, code monkey, get the Lambo, be good. It's all right. This is your stream after all. Well, hot take AJ is why I'm here. All right, Malex. So pure Vim, no plugins. I have plugins, but again, it's on Vim Essentials. Any language, I'm going to have the language plugin. So Vim Prettier, Vim Go, Vim RS, that stuff. And I have Vim Leader to Alias, Leader to Spacebar. Vim Shell is something that everybody needs to have so that the shell scripting in Vim runs in Bash so that you don't get conflicts with your plugins. So that's just a safety thing. Vim Sensible, that really should be in Vim Sensible. Vim Info. Vim Info just extends your history to, so you can copy more buffers, you have more things in your registry history. Vim Last Place, similarly, it saves where your cursor was in every file. So when I exit this and then I return back to it, comes back to the same line that I was in. So it's saving my session in every single file that I'm ever in. So that's why, Vim is like an IDE. I don't have to have tabs. I just open up Vim and it restores me to the previous state of the thing I was in. So Vim Last Place and Vim Info do that. Vim Smart Case is just an option that I found to be helpful because most of the time I don't actually care about the case sensitivity of something. I do when I find and replace. I need to figure out how to do better at that. Vim Spell, everybody needs Vim Spell on. Vim Schwumpt, because you're going to be working with shell files eventually. Vim Ale, because you want the language server stuff. Vim Prettier, Vim Whitespace, just normalizes whitespace. And then I always also put in Vim Commentary. But all of those are very simple things, and none of them require you to learn anything to use them. Other than Vim Leader, potentially, but it doesn't really require you to learn anything. It just sets it up so that when you learn about the leader key, your leader key is already set up to the way that you would want it to be set up. So that's that. And then the other stuff that's there, if you want it, get it. Vim Commentary, Vim GUI. I don't like Vim GUI because I like being able to just select and have that copy. But sometimes I do. There have been occasions when I do want Vim GUI and I'll turn it on. The mouse and the clipboard support. NerdTree, occasionally I use NerdTree, but most of the time it's just faster. It's just like this muscle memory is so fast that it's just, if I use Fish, my shell is so good that I don't need something like NerdTree. If I was using a shell from the 1960s like Bash, then I'd probably want NerdTree, but I use a shell that has autocomplete. That's fast. And that's one of the reasons I don't like ZSH is ZSH is slow. Fish is fast. That's why I like Fish. Anyway. Let me get back to this. I'm getting a little off track. But thank you for your questions and stuff. I appreciate that. All right, so this looks like it's good now. Now I am passing the account all the way through. And I might want to make sure that the account that comes in through the transaction is the full account. I should look that up real quick. Let me go into source. I think that's going to be under models, transaction. Nope. Let's see. Is there another? It says transaction template. Do we have account in here? Nope. Let's do. I don't know what else it would be called. I think there was a previous name for it, and it may still have that name in here. I don't know. We could look for everything that has a relationship with an account, but I don't really want to do that. We're just going to go with this and assume that it's probably correct. Okay, so I went through there. I found it. I need to go to the next place. So we could mark that one as... I'm going to put a plus in front of the ones that I've done, but there's going to be so many of these. Also, I need to change the send email by body signature. Let me see how many places this is being used. Not that many, thankfully. So right there, right? And again, search is so much faster when you're just using RG. I mean, just everything's faster from the command line. And if you're looking at it as a career where you're going to invest years in it, so GUIs are meant for when you are going to do something once or twice, right? It's meant for either for entertainment or for when you're not really a power user, when you need a wizard every single time you're going to come into it. So you're going to do this thing once a month and you're going to forget how it works, and every single time you need a wizard for it. That's what GUIs are great for. GUIs suck when it's something that you need to do frequently and quickly. And so, you know, you've seen me use RG and SD, and with those, I can easily and quickly refactor code. And if I need to do a really complicated refactor, I'll use a tool called Komi. I don't remember how to use that one off the top of my head, but I have examples here and there for it. But that one, if you need to do complex refactors, Komi is amazing. And you're just not going to get that kind of ability with something like VS Code. Maybe one day with the AI stuff. But, okay, so there's only 3 places where it's used. So let's go ahead and send email by body. That seems weird, but we'll go with it. All right, so there's one other place where it's used. So let's go ahead and do this one first. I think we'll do it by bottom level. Okay, subject, body, to brand. All right, something went wrong here. Oh, I don't actually have the brand because I don't know where I'm going to get the brand yet. So that's one of those things where, let me go back in this previous, nope, not this one, the previous file that I had. Which file was that? Right there. And then get brand here, and then get brand here. So grab those two, come back. Whoops, nope, that was the wrong file again. I do that a lot where once I enter a file and it's in my history, I forget, and then I just go grab it again by mistake. All right, so these ones, again, just needs to be alphabetized so that there's no ambiguity as to how to add something or getting weird diffs or whatever. Okay, so where's that to do xbrand? Okay, so there's the render partial. I'm not worried about that one yet. I'm going to take this on a function by function basis, I think. And so we're going to go first with, we need to get the account somehow. Okay, what is going on here? User HTML. Subject body to any HTML. Oh, HTML. There we go. All right, cannot find account. So user recommendation, I'm pretty sure that has account in it. Loop rather than map for account ID. I might actually go back on this and go back to account ID. So I may do get brand by account ID. Because in this one, I really don't like Lodash map. This really bugs me because I can't tell whether this is an object or an array. I've got no type hinting to let me know what this is. So when I go to change this now, let's see, but user recommendation, map, render to do section. Let's see. User recommendation. So this is a map. So they teach Python, and people learn to say dict, which is fine. In JavaScript, it's a map. Whatever. You are welcome for the info. But Python programmers also use Python. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Or at least you hope they do. So this is the strange thing, right? Find me somebody who's a JavaScript programmer that uses JavaScript. Aside from me. Go find someone else out there who's a JavaScript programmer that uses JavaScript. I bet you can't find one. Well, I mean, if you follow my channel, you probably have at least heard of JoJo as well. Or not heard of, but seen in the little sidebar ticker or something. The JoJo, let me just pull up JoJo real quick. Twitch.tv JoJo Byte. There you go. JoJo. So JoJo, he actually writes in JavaScript. He's one of the few. But it's hard to find somebody who's a quote-unquote JavaScript programmer that knows much about JavaScript. It's the world's most hated language, which is sad because it's actually a really great language. It's just that everybody tries to teach it as something else. People come from C# and they're like, it sucks, it's not C#. And people come from Ruby and they're like, it sucks, it's not Ruby. And then people come from Go and they're like, TypeScript sucks. It's like, but have you tried JavaScript? Because JavaScript is almost identical to Go. You can... There almost is a one-to-one relationship between JavaScript and Go. But very few people know that because they don't know JavaScript well enough to have discovered that. Anyway, okay, so send user task reports. And then send user task report. So this is getting one. Yes. Okay, this is where I'm confused though. I got to go look up the Lodash map. Okay, this is a dict. So we can do IDs equals, or can we do IDs? Hold on. Where does this get called from? This gets called from here. Report weekly email, account recommendation, and then there's user recommendation. So user recommendation what does that have? Okay, get high recommendation. Whoops, recommend. All right, that looks scary. Get milliseconds. Interesting. Rec intervals day increase 1. What? Okay, so recommendation query. I need to go check out what recommendation is. So recommendation includes partner user and account user's role. This might be, was this one of the ones that I don't have the answer to? This might be. Are we in report document uploads right now? Yes, we are. Okay. So I think this is one of the ones where I actually don't understand how I'm going to get account user recommendation. Okay, account ID. So this is going to be an array of users is the value. Okay, good. An account ID is the key. Wait, it's user, and then it's account, and then it's an array. Okay, let me just write that down. So user ID, account ID, I think this is what we're saying. That this user ID is going to yield an object where account ID yields an array. Okay, this is the data structure that we're looking at right now. So let me carry that with me, because now I know what to do. Now I know where this comes in. And that was, hold on, where is the report something something? Also, I'm going to check to see if I got any messages from the work folk. Okay. Okay, user recommendations dict. Okay, and that comes as a return. Oh, right, because that was the get high recommendations. I think this is top. I think it's get top recommendations, get priority, something like that. Okay, we don't need the test function. I'm not worried about that one. Okay, report weekly email count. Send user reports. Okay, send user task reports. Okay, so. And this one. Async function. No. Oh, flippy dippy. All right, this is creating an array, right? Depending on how many there are, this would be better to do in a loop. So one of the common misconceptions, and I've said this, 100 times on the channel by now? One of the common misconceptions is that you should be handling individual flows asynchronously. And generally speaking, this is not true. Because it ends up with thrashing. So what you want is every user request should basically be handled asynchronously. But sub requests, so if I hit the API endpoint, what is ideal is for that whole loop to be one sequence. And then I want to be able to handle the individual sequences in parallel. So if two users hit the API, each of them have a sequence, but the sequences run in parallel. If you start doing everything that a request needs in parallel, then you're going to generate a lot of thrashing, because what you're going to do, you're going to have hundreds or thousands of items in the event loop that are just competing with each other to get done, rather than having a sequence of things where few items are in the event loop. Because, I mean, unless you're running a 128 core processor, you don't want thousands of items in the event loop. You only want a couple dozen in the event loop at any given time, because you're only going to be running, a few threads. In many cases, 2, or not even 2. Sometimes just 1. But it's no, you will be running at least. Sorry, the number of threads. That what I meant by that is the number of threads that are running concurrently on a single vCPU is 1 thread. But the number of threads that can be doing something on a vCPU can be a dozen threads, because you can have something reading from the network, and you can have something really reading from the file system is not as synchronous as you think. Go has the better paradigm on this, because most file access is actually synchronous, meaning that, it is not blocking. It is blocking, but it's not blocking, because most of your file system access is going to be in a cache. If you have the RAM for it, the entire file system would be loaded into RAM. So whatever you have the RAM for, the stuff you're accessing frequently, is actually going to be synchronous. So it would not block, even if you are blocking, if you need to get it. And that's one of the mistakes that Node has. Anyway, I will get back to chat in just a second. So these are the promises, and this is a dictionary. So really, okay, yes, we need to fix this, because we need to do let me get my little definition here. So we need to do let user IDs equals object.keys. This would have been better as well, and it's fine. All right, then assuming that we actually wanted to map this, which I don't think that we necessarily do, but assuming that we did want to map this, then we would do user IDs, user ID, send task report, user ID, and then let user recommendations, because this is by account ID. This would actually be account recommendations, right? Is that what this is? All right, by account. I'm just going to give it a big, long name. We're just going to run with it. By the way, hey chat, how's it going? Feel free to question, comments. I will try to control my passions. Whew. Oh, whoops, user ID, not user IDs. Send user task report. I'll check comments in just a second too. I see something. It might just be the auto bit, but right now I've got a window in front of my chat window. Let me pull the chat window up to the front so I can actually see it, because I just saw a little sliver of something move rather than actually seeing the icon and all that in the corner of my eye. Oh, and there's this right here. I sometimes see that out of the corner of my eye, but right now there's a little bit of a glare, and that one's harder to process visually. Okay. Let's call this per account recommendations. Okay. All right, and then this is confusing. This is something I consider a cardinal sin in JavaScript, is to change the type of a variable. Because this is really confusing. So that's taking values. What does this mean? So what I actually need to do then is find the user's primary account. So yeah, I'm going to finish what I started here so that this is easier to understand in the future. Wait, so this is now an array of arrays? Is that what this is becoming? So here, it was that, but here, it's still this. So this is still... That just doesn't... So this is an array of an arrays now? Render user to do section. All right, let's take a look. Render partial to dos. Crap. All right, let's go figure that one out. That's going to be deep in the bowels of the lib. This is going to be under templates or partials or something. All right, here's what I need to do is figure out where is... Oh, whoops. Okay, I'm a little befuddled here. Do we not have that partial anymore? Are we not... Is this dead code? Is this dead code that I'm wading through? Am I missing something? I think that's dead code. I think I've been traversing through dead code. I am going to ask if this is dead code. Do. Let's see if there's an account to-dos or any to-dos of any sort. I don't see it. All right, let me go check. I'll check chat right after this. So we've got partials, we got layouts. We've got partials. We've got... Is there like a templates folder? Is there like a templates folder? I said like. Is there a templates folder? I think it's dead code. I think I've been wasting my time on dead code. Well, it's not wasting time. We discover dead code, then we can delete it. Could it exist somewhere else? Is there another type of... Because it's a render partial, right? Render partial. Yes, so let's look for render partial. And I'm pretty sure that's defined under either source lib mailer. Nope. Or source util email. Yep. Source util email index render partial. Where is it getting its partials from? Directory templates partials. Okay, I think we got rid of that. Source templates. No. Okay. Find templates. Email templates partials. Wait, why did this not pop up? User to-dos. Okay, alright, so it is here. I was just looking for it in the wrong place. Okay. Oh, it's one of the old templates. I'm going to say original instead. All right. So what we need to figure out here, account to-dos. Wait, are we doing account to-dos or are we doing user to-dos? We're doing user to-dos. To-dos comes in, and each of them is a list. Okay. An account does have a name. Wait. That's confusing. Oh, okay. So each of these has the account attached to it. All right, so good news, bad news. Let's see. That's the only account info that we have here. So I think this ought to be something like user.account.name, and then user.todos. That's my recommendation. Okay, cool. All right, let me catch up on comments here. All right, library devs are starting to adopt your movement. Svelte moved to JSDoc, and it's started an interesting conversation in the Twitter community. Thank goodness. I think it needs to go further than that. I think JSDoc is vestigial. It's really bad. It's very, very, very cumbersome to describe JavaScript types in JSDoc because, surprise, surprise, JSDoc comes from JavaDoc. However, I think that it is a huge step forward in understanding that we can have really great type annotations. And what I'm hoping this moves towards is AI script. So let me see if I can pull up this clip real quick. I need to get this as a clip. Hey Josh, I need to get this as a clip. AI script. I need to get AI script as a clip. Okay, where is it? Under videos. I think it's unlisted, so I'm going to have to go into YouTube Studio. AI script. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I don't want to... Give me my content. Let me search. AI script. Humble beginnings of AI script. This thing is an hour and a half long. But somewhere in here... I'm just going to copy this link. I may have put in the comments where the money shot is. Okay, so at this time code that I'm pasting here, this is what we need. Check this out. Now, if I knew how to raise money for something, I would be raising money for this. This is not something that I want to take on myself. I don't have the expertise for it. But if I could hire this guy, and it would cost about $100,000, maybe $200,000, but it would be a full-time project. But this is what I want to see. Hold on, let me just bring this over for a second so you can see it. I'll bring this up here. Theater mode.
Hey, woo!
Pause this for a second. Okay, did you see that? This is great. I am so happy to see this. So, all right. So look at what it does. It underlines these things and it recognizes, hey, this is a create function. You've got an object that you're returning. So the object that you're returning is what you're creating. And that object has a name property. So it says, do you want to add the documentation for this? Yes. Boom. And then it says, okay, a dog interface is an object with a property called name that is a string. The version of this is draft. This is great. I am so happy. That's the future that I want to see, where you just type your code out normally and it tells you what types you're using. Not you tell it what types you want to use. You write your code, it tells you what types you're using. And then you change from version draft to version 1.0.0 or something like that. And then that means that at the point that you stop drafting the type and you lock the type at a version, then anywhere that you're using the type incorrectly, it lets you know that you're not using it the way that it's been versioned. So I don't want types to be something that you think about. I just want them to be something that's there and that you get benefit from, if that makes sense. Thanks to you, I will try NeoVim with Java. Then I'll see if I'm brave enough to jump into Vim. Go ahead. All right, I'm going to make dinner. This on-off stream issue doesn't work well with my brain. See you later. Oh, I'm sorry. It's every few seconds. Twice in the last hour. Makes it real hard to follow along. Okay, so we got some stream issue. Let me check and see. I've got 0 drop frames on my end. But the frame rate or Jojo has got something that's going to help fix this because I'm going to be able to output lower resolution to Twitch. So I'll be able to have the higher resolution go to YouTube, but the lower resolution go to Twitch because Twitch doesn't like high resolution streaming. It likes high frame rate streaming, but not high resolution. So I'm pushing too many bytes. The stream is too high quality. Let's see what else. Stream freezing for anyone else, or is it just me? TypeScript is not a superset. Yeah, you put it in quotes, correct. It is a superset of a subset. It is a different language, in other words. It actually, I've noticed it is getting a little bit better. It is absorbing more of JavaScript. It is becoming closer to a superset. But up to this point, it has not been a superset of JavaScript. It has been a superset of a subset of JavaScript, which makes it a different language entirely. Do I have a boot camp? Not yet. But Beyond Code, that's the dream, baby. You're going to hire someone for $200K? If I could get the funding for it, yes. And that's the project would probably cost $200K to get the full language implemented. I got a lot of the spec and stuff, and that little demo where in VS Code you'll notice because he was not familiar with how to do the plugins in Vim, and the documentation was better for VS Code, which is not surprising. Although I don't know why I pointed him to some documentation earlier. I don't know if he forgot about it. It was several weeks before, so he may have forgotten about it. But I pointed him to documentation on how to get it done in Vim, but he may have forgotten. Anyway, so we've got this render partial brand partial name. So are we going to have brand data? We're not going to have brand data. So this render partial, it could take brand data, but doesn't necessarily need to take brand data. Okay, render partial is going to be name and data. One thing I'm really excited about is that TSC, the TypeScript checker, actually uses object.assign the same way that I do in my language. Oh, maybe we just do it this way. Hold on. There we go. Now there's going to be 100 million places where that needs to change, but whatever, it'll be okay. I'm going to go check real quick. Did this get a review? I don't see any comments in the chat. Conversation 1. Okay, so I've got no comments in the chat on this PR. Okay. Okay, I want to get to a good stopping point in about half an hour. Let's see what we could do. I was hoping to get this done today, but there was the first 2 hours were things that I wasn't realizing that I needed to do. All right, so to-dos. Yeah, I got to remember to take that back. So let's go all the way back to here. Under partial, user to-dos, and data. So this is going to be user to-dos. But then there's going to be account information. Oh, right. Maybe I could do it this way. This might actually work out better, because the way that I'm doing it right at this exact moment isn't really what I want. So let's try that. How does that feel? Brand is null. All right, cool. So now that's happy. I need to go look at account to-dos real quick and see how this... What's the shape of this partner to-dos? Partner to-dos, partner label. Crap! Oh. Okay, so it's called... think this is actually accounts. I am so confused right now. I need to go back a little bit. Okay. So this is user to-dos. Data account, to-dos. And this to-dos... Okay, let's go back to where this is used to try to figure out what's going into this and what's coming out of it. And a quick reminder. If you like what you like, you get more of what you like. So, let the Wanu guide you. If you want to, like, sub, follow. Okay. Only if you want to. Not if you don't want to. Don't want to? Want to? All right, per account recommendations. And this bugs me too. This E is E. Because the user does have a primary account ID. This is so confusing. Ugh. All right, there we go. I think I'm just going to rename this thing to to-dos, or I guess it is. I don't remember whether we stuck with their to-dos or their recommendations. It's a list of things that they may need to do to keep their account up to date. Or to, like, things that they need to sign. Dang it, I said like again. Blah! Old habits die hard. Really hard. It's been a few years now, and I'm slipping back into them. Alright, user HTML. What should I? Is that better called multi or nested? What's up, Cravo? Okay, where did I mess up? Where's my El Gufo? Where am I missing a closing brace? Where did I do it? I believe that I've created my own hell. Show me the way to salvation. Line 406, huh? Oh, is that the last line? No. And. Okay. What I meant was the features from AI scripts seem like something that functional programmers have been enjoying in languages with sound type systems and type inference. And JavaScript has a sound type system and sound type inference. The problem is that the tooling was never created, right? I mean, imagine Go without the tooling. What would Go be like without the tooling? Everything that you need is there. All the types are there, all of the functionality is there, all of the internals are there, but the tooling never gets built. Go could have been just as bad as JavaScript because the type systems are almost identical. In JavaScript, everything's an interface. In Go, everything's an interface. In Go, interfaces are defined by functions, but in JavaScript, interfaces are defined by functions and objects. So when you look at the two type systems between Go and JavaScript, the JavaScript tooling could be at least as good as the Go tooling. And in some cases, I think it can be better. JavaScript has always had type unions. JavaScript has always had interfaces. A lot of the things that, quote-unquote, modern JavaScript are the things where JavaScript's stepping backwards. And it's not as expressive, easy to use, or rather it's too expressive, but still, it's the paradox. The syntax is too expressive, and its capabilities are too inexpressive. Is JavaScript still single-threaded? As far as I'm aware, JavaScript has never been single-threaded. There are two implementations that I'm aware of that have been single-threaded, which I think that the Rhino implementation was single-threaded, and I think that the Windows scripting host implementation was single-threaded. But JavaScript in and of itself has never been single-threaded. Maybe in the very first release of Netscape, it may have been. I don't recall. But yeah, JavaScript has pretty much never been single-threaded. It has a main execution thread. And I believe that there are web workers, and there's some other standard that's similar to web workers that's in the oven right now. But yes, the main execution thread is what prevents data corruption. Because the other threads are isolates. The other threads do not have access to shared memory from the main thread. So only one thing runs in the main execution thread at a time, with the exception of web workers, where there are multiple main execution threads. And there is a way to send, I think, copy on write data between threads. But JavaScript has always been multi-threaded. It is not, no, JavaScript is not single-threaded in the browser. JavaScript has pretty much always been multi-threaded in the browser. That is what enables the browser to work at all. Were it not multi-threaded, then your browser would be locking up all the time when you're typing in an input field or something like that. So it is single main execution thread. But every time that you do fetch, or in the past, XML HTTP request, or on click, etc., all of that stuff is happening in another thread, or at least a thread pool, because thread is a very specific term. And if you had to have a thread for everything that you wanted to do, then it would become really expensive and get bogged down and become slow, because threads are difficult to switch between. So basically what you have is different types of work. You could think of it as colored threads. So you're going to have a file system thread. Probably all it's going to do is file system stuff. And you're going to have a network thread. Probably all it's going to do is network stuff. Or you might have an IO thread that for similar types of IO might switch back and forth, might either handle file system or network access, which actually is most of it. But yeah, and then there are things that you'll notice. One place where you'll notice a slowdown in particular is the International Date Format API. Every single time you call it, it under the hood, I believe, from the slowness, is reparsing the time zone database from the top. So the International Date Time Library, because I created XTZ, which is, let's see, let me throw this up on the screen real quick. So XTZ. So this uses International Datetime Format. And when I say slow, it's not slow for you. It's not slow in a browser. But if you need to go through a database list of 10,000 items, it can be slow on the server, if that makes sense. So, and this is used in production, and there are projects that depend on it, but they're not public projects. But this is the simplest way to do time zone information in the browser. Like it says here, it's about 100 lines of code. It uses International Datetime Format, but International Datetime Format has its own bugs that have to be worked around. And yeah, so this actually uses a thread to, well, no, does it use a thread? Actually, I think it's blocking. Okay, so I may have been wrong on that. I think this one's actually blocking. It should be async if it isn't. But I think that this is actually yeah. Okay, never mind. Now, under the hood, this is doing something that should have been done in a thread. And that I have no control over that. But it is not done in a thread. Yeah, there's a common misconception is that JavaScript doesn't have multiple threads. This is incorrect. It does not have multiple main execution threads. It does not have threads that share memory. But almost anything that accepts a callback in JavaScript essentially is going into a thread pool. Again, there's nuance to what thread pool means, but an event loop pool that uses threads. And, actually, I could be wrong. In the very early days, it could have been doing the pooling, the event loop pooling on a single thread in the very early days. In the very early days, because that was one of the innovations of Chrome. One of the innovations of Chrome was to have each tab in its own process with its own thread pool. Because before Chrome did that, I believe Internet Explorer used a single process for all JavaScript and all thread pools. Chrome was the first browser where a tab could crash rather than your browser crashing, if I remember correctly. So, okay, my mistake. It may have been single-threaded back when we had... back basically, around the time Chrome came out, we had just hit the 1 gigahertz barrier, and a few years earlier, just maybe a couple years earlier, and then there was other stuff there too. So JavaScript may have been single-threaded at the time that basically everything was single-threaded, not because of the spec, but because of the implementation details. You could implement JavaScript single-threaded, but it just wouldn't make sense. Not in today's world where, you have 4-core CPUs that have hyper-threading where you're running 8 threads at a time on your processor. Okay, so why was this complaining again? Let me go back to this one more time. It says it's expecting 1 to 2 arguments, but I don't see it. Maybe reporting on the wrong line. Render user to do section. Okay, I'm just going to close out of here maybe. Oh, there's line of 406, unexpected comma. Is that where my problem is? Where is an unexpected comma on line 206? There's no comma on line 206. Dang it. These are the worst. Expected 2 to 3 what? All right, this one, brand is going to be null. What? Okay, somebody help me out here. Why is this freaking out? Is this missing something? Ah, this. There we go. Do we have access to the user? It seems like we would have access to the user. No? Okay. Okay, I see how this comes through. How's it going, chat? What's up? It's good to see y'all. It's been a good time today. Okay, I'm probably going to push this another half hour just so I feel some sense of closure. But we will get to some Tears of the Kingdom. I need about an hour and a half for that. Okay, which means that I need to wrap this up about now. Maybe we could do 45 minutes. Maybe we could just do one shrine. It's going to be session 2 on that. And that's AJ Plays Nintendo. I don't know if I actually added that to my Twitch recommendations yet. I will check and see if I have. Bah. Hold on. Where's my... Oh, whoops. Where's this going to pop up? Okay, over here. Fine. Give me 1 second. I am really appreciating the greatest hits nature of Tears of the Kingdom, by the way. Okay. How do I go into accounts? Is it account settings? Channels and videos? Username, brand, social links. Featured content. I think that's what it's called. Suggested channels. Suggested channels. AJ Plays Nintendo. Yeah, okay, it is one of my suggested channels. So it'll be here when I am away. Did I get some whispers? Oh, this might have been from months ago. Hey-oh! Strager uses vanilla JavaScript. Oh, come on, stop. I accidentally put my... Well, not accidentally. I purposefully put my address and phone number into a thing for solar... What's that stuff called? Is that, you know, when you get your roof done with solar power? What's the name for that? It's not just solar. It's like solar is the abbreviation. Solar panels? Anyway, but instead of giving me an instant free online quote, they sent off my information to a bunch of other people, and that's not what I just wanted. I just wanted to see if pricing had changed. That's basically all I wanted. Okay, render partial. Let's see, brand. Data. I don't know why I'm on this line. It's not the line I actually want to be on. Send user task reports is what I was looking for, right? I was trying to follow this down. Line 404, close the function. Okay, that's, yes, that is what, that was my problem. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't see that in time. But yeah, I got there. I got there eventually. It took me a minute. Okay, so... Yeah, I probably shouldn't say, hey, help me out with this, y'all, and then not actively watch the chat window. It's probably something else caught my eye. I got distracted. Okay, so here... Alright, so single account to-dos. First account to-dos. Let first to-do equals first account to-dos. Let account equals first to-do dot account. Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm going to look for send user report. All right, that's the only place that it's used. And do we actually need to return this, or are we going to await it? Here we're mapping promises. All right, so got that one figured out. Let's see if I can get one more. Wait, no, this is the wrong channel, man. David, come on. Are you gonna pop on my gaming stream and ask when Evo 2? Let me just double check. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm not on the Dashing Incubator channel here. But now you make me wonder. No, I'm not on the Dashing Incubator channel. I'm on my personal channel. Leave me alone. I'm not the dude. Even if I was on the Dash channel, I'm not the dude. That's not my thing. Oh. Everybody, welcome David. David wants to know when Evo. Oh, I just realized something. Maybe. Okay, the other day. OBS output. I'll have to check that out later. I have not. This whole time we've been going, I have not heard any dings or bings or bongs. And I may have missed it. So here, somebody, let me know if anybody had followed or anything. But I have not, I hadn't heard any of that. And I'm wondering if, so I'm on the Mac Studio now. I may not have configured my audio properly because I mostly just copied stuff over and then fixed a few things. And I may not actually have the sound effects going on right now. So if somebody would like to, somebody that's already following, unfollow, wait 5 seconds, and refollow, and let me know if it pops up here. I'll see it if it does pop up here, but if otherwise I won't know. Because I think Strager may have raided earlier. I don't know. Because a bunch of people showed up, and then I didn't see anything, but a bunch of people showed up simultaneously, which seems like a raid. Okay, send user task reports. Okay, so we're done with this. There's weekly account report. We're done with this. What's up, Juicy Delicious? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Everybody is a bystander here. Yes, to your wonton. Sorry, I got my mind on the code at the moment. All right, let me check and see what else was there. So I was looking at send emails by body in this function in particular, and then so I want to update all of these to have the brand. If I can just do that. This one, send user task report, there is no brand information. That's going to be okay. It should go to the default when there is no brand information. There's not always going to be brand information. That's fine. Subject. HTML. Ooh. 2. That's scary. That's a vulnerability waiting to happen. I don't think anybody can put a comma in their email and be a verified user. We gotta make sure we only send out emails to verified users when we're doing this type of stuff. Well, no, that can't be the case because we need to be able to invite people to yada 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 yada. But only verified users. I don't know. We'll see. But that's a vuln waiting to happen. I think that it's okay. I think that gets taken care of in the library that's underneath. I think it should issue an error if there's a comma in an email address. All right, send email, or if it puts new lines in headers or something like that. Okay, send email by body, and then brand. Here we could put a brand. I'm just going to put null as a placeholder for now, but we have account right here. So all right, we can get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. All right. I'm just throwing that there for a second. No, I shouldn't throw that there even for a second. Okay. By the way, this type of chaining is the devil's work. This should just be an object. Whenever you think chaining is the answer, the real answer is probably to have an object instead. I do see comments coming in. I will get to those in a bit. All right, find by ID. So I just need... There we go. I think select is used that way. Isn't it supposed to be an array? Yeah, it's supposed to be an array. Also, you know, if it's supposed to be an array, just let it be an array. Don't have to be a single item or an array. Metaprogramming is the worst. Don't have type unions that are confusing, like a array of string with string. Just always array of string. It's okay to have an array of string that's just one. Okay, I think this is going to work. Okay, let's check and see here. The chain halted. All right, no seal. What? I missed something. The chain halted. Something. There was some kerfuffle with the Dash blockchain. Is that what you're referring to? Let me see what the latest of that. Oh, I got 9 new notifications on Twitter. It must still be an issue. Let's see. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah. Could I ask you a question? I've got a website for you, my friend. Here you go. Anytime somebody asks, can I ask you a question? Boom. Kind of off topic. Do you even hear about Udemy courses? Yes. Is the Udemy certification important in CV or something like that? Is probably the question about CV. You know, if somebody put, you got to consider what you're going for, right? I would only put down a Udemy certification on a resume if I was applying for a position where it would make me overqualified, right? So let's say that I'm applying for data entry, but I have a Udemy certification in Python. That I might put down, right? Because I can be better at data entry if I can script part of the data entry. So certifications, put down certifications either when they're required, they're listed as, you know, preferred or required or whatever, or when it makes you overqualified. Otherwise, in general, it's going to make you look underqualified. For some reason, I thought this was Dash Incubator. It came up on recommended. Well, that's because it's, you know, it's still me. It's the same setup. I'll have to change my browser window color for when I stream Dash Incubator. That's what I'll have to do. YouTube algorithm is making you win Evo, guy. I mean, I have a list with popular valid certifications and small certifications like that, or maybe yes. So you don't need to put everything on your resume. You just need to put the important things. And I'm guilty of messing up on this too. But yeah, don't put the things that make you look overqualified, not the things that make you look underqualified, right? So, you know, if you're applying for a coding position, you wouldn't put worked for 18 months as chief burger flipper at McDonald's. Not that there's anything wrong with being the chief burger flipper at McDonald's, but it makes you look underqualified for the position you're applying for. So, yeah, I would kind of start at, if you're getting an entry-level job, I would start at the things that make you qualified or overqualified for an entry-level job. And if you take a break, like there was one guy who, the fact that he put it on his resume made for interesting conversation, but it was a poor move in general. He was a plumber. He was a web developer and then a plumber and then a web developer. Which that was cause for conversation. And basically said, look, I'm a little ADD and I like to work with my hands. I did web development. I wasn't getting enough stimulation just sitting at the computer. So I went back to plumbing. And then after working plumbing for a little bit, I decided, you know, there's really a lot of benefits to doing the web development. And I was still doing it on my own time anyway. And so then I went back to get another job in web development. And I felt like my skills were better then and I could get more competitive pay as opposed to plumbing. You know, so that kind of thing, it was interesting. But it was a little unexpected, but it was interesting. I liked that site. What site did you like? Oh, don't ask to ask? Yes, okay. Yeah, it is a good point. Yo, Tom Tebow. Just saying hi. Yep, thank you very much. Oh, hold on one second. Something came up on my phone here. Nope. Oh, okay, so it looks like Okay, so the Neverworld followed and unfollowed, and I did not see the notification here. So I think I need to log in. Let me just check one more thing. Maybe I have it turned off. Nope. Streamlabs is right here. Looking at the URL. I have to log into Streamlabs and see what's up. Because I did not see that pop up. Did anybody else see it pop up? Maybe I wasn't looking, and I didn't hear it. So what should have happened is when the Neverworld unfollowed and refollowed, we should have seen this pop up. I could maybe log in and do a test, but I don't really want to do that. Also, it's getting kind of warm. Dang it, I don't think... maybe Tears of the Kingdom will happen after dinner. But the thing is, my wife is going to want me to play with her after dinner. Let's see, do we still have time for Tears of the Kingdom? Plus, I got to take a break. Plus, it's getting hot in here. Okay. But let me see if I can just finish out what I was trying to do here. Brand EULA does not exist on account. Liar! Okay, type def. Really? That's it? Okay, well, that would explain why it's not seeing it. Alright, so we got that done. Get account by account ID. That'll probably work. I need to go check out this other one yet. And if we can send in less, then we should, right? We already fetched it, so I'm gonna keep it. Okay, anything else that we can do? Let's fix up those render partials here. Render partial. So the send email by body, I feel like this is in a good enough place. If we could get the user's primary account, that would be good. I'm trying to think, how do we associate the user accounts? Do we have a priority to say this is the user's primary account? I think we do. Let me connect to MySQL real quick and just take a look. Okay, describe user, whoops, users, really? Admin user. I don't remember off the top of my head how we determine what their primary account is. Oh, that's right, we don't. We don't determine what their primary account is. But this raises another problem because we actually need to know when the user was onboarded. We need to know which brand onboarded them. I have to think on that one. We could just add it here. That's weird. That's strange. Light effect there. Is that because I've got my beard here? I just happen to glance at my face and it looks like I've got a huge scar. But I don't. Yeah. Alright. So, let's see. We know which account they are currently active in when something happens, but not with this, because this is an out-of-band task. So this is a cron job. And So this is where they're managing multiple accounts. So we do need to have some sort of, we're going to have to put a brand ULID. Hey, Juicy Delicious. Okay. I see you follow, but I don't hear you follow. Why don't I hear you follow? And I didn't see the little ticker on the soundboard. Something's off. Oh, you hear your follow. Okay. Okay, so that's helpful. You hear your follow, which means that the way that the sound is looping... Soundboard... Okay, I see it. Okay, so I think... Oh, wait. Oh no, now I hear my own echo. Okay, I must have configured... Hello? Hello? Ooh. Okay, now my echo's gone. Soundboard. Okay, sorry if that caused feedback for a second there. I think that was just for debugging. I'm going to delete these. Okay. Soundboard. Okay, soundboard, I hear. Maybe it was just the volume was too low? I don't know. I should be hearing it. I'm glad that you hear it. I don't know why it's not playing for me. It should be this. I hear the soundboard. You might hear a little bit of the echo of the soundboard. That should mean that I hear when the events happen as well. Yes, I am also working for other clients. Oh, thank you for the blessings. Okay, you hear your follow. Yeah. Okay, so... Queso. Okay, so... When we look at the brand config... I think the way to do it is going to be this. Okay, I need to make a to-do for this. Hold on, I'm going to make a to-do for this in the task. Let me actually go into the pull request. I'm just putting... set brand to account if only one account and user is directly an admin of that account. So this is going to be the selection algorithm for this. So we're gonna take all those account IDs. We're gonna pull the user's account IDs that the user is directly added to. We're gonna take the list of items of things that they need to do, because there can be a many-to-many relationship here, and there can be a nested parent-child relationship. There could be nested children. So we're gonna take the ones that it is the first child. We're gonna look at the first children accounts. If there is one first children account, then we are going to use that account as the brand. If there are multiple first children accounts, then we are going to use the default brand. I think that's the way that it's going to work. So I'll have to do that later. Okay, again, let's just make sure that everything here is done, and then I'm going to take a break. Emailer, email. Nope, I got into that. This is where I wanted to be. Okay, so emailer. Okay, partial. This might be wrong. Oh, this is obnoxious. Okay, this may be unbranded as well. I'm going to go take a look at weekly account report real quick and see if there's any branding in the email. Well, so part of the branding in the email is, of course, the header in the email. So again, the same logic needs to be applied. I think we're going to do brand null for now. And then I can find the places that are marked brand null and I can update them. But I'm going to have to do the same thing here as with the other one, where I'm going to have to decompose this. Blah. All right, again, from the top. Put the brand up front. Okay, so this one we should be able to do right now. Render partials. Put the brand up top. This one we're going to have to do later. Dang it. Okay, from the top, one more time. Okay, this one we'll do now. This one we can't 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 do now. This one is done. This account ID might be a number or it might be a string. Oh, wait, it's the other way? The problem is the other way? Oh, get by account ID. Hold on, let's go back to this. This should not be a string, which should be a number. Okay, so let's do this one right now. Render account to do section. All right, that's right here. And then account is right here. So we're in good hands because all we need to do is pass through account right there. Flippy dippy. Account data. Test. Okay. This test stuff probably hasn't been updated anyway. Alright, we're going to pass this through like this. Make account specific header. We're doing it! We're doing it! Who knows how long this to-do's been here, but we're getting that to done. It's going from to-do to done. Isn't that great? Alright, brand is... Await brand.get by account ID. Well, get by ULID. Account.brand ULID. Okay, so this one, account already comes in through some other means. What? I just saw something. Gotta go. Have a good stream. Thank you. Or as my brother would say, don't tell me how to live my life. I'll have a good stream if I want to, or a bad stream if I want to. Meh. The true libertarian. Will not be bound by good days or bad days. Okay. This might be in the realm of useless abstraction. I'm going to leave it for now. Oh, flippy dippy. But I have to figure out what this is. Oh, I still have to figure out what that data is. What is that account data? Data rec, flatten recs, recommendation dict. Flippy dippy. So I still don't know what account recommendation looks like. Okay, well, I can tell this. I can tell that it is account ID and then something. So that's what I know about it so far. I know that the key is the account ID. Oh, flippy dippy. Sample. Is that just pick something at random? What does sample mean? Let's try this. Low dash sample. Okay, sample is shuffle. Okay. All right, so sample means pick one at random. Got it. Account recommendation. So if that's picking one at random, then why? Holy shoot, dog. Okay, so pick one at random. From that, pick one at random. From that, pick the first. So this is starting to look like it's an array of an array of an array of something. Because you can sample it, and then you sample it, and then you get one. And that's an object with an account. Holy flippy dippy. Please tell me this is not what we're looking at. Account recommendation dict. It appears that that is what we're looking at. Hello world! What's up, Wucha? In VS Code, you can ask Copilot what the selected code does. Okay, so Copilot, so we're clear, is ChatGPT. It's the same thing. Microsoft owns OpenAI. OpenAI is OpenAI. OpenAI is what's used to produce Copilot and ChatGPT. I would be highly surprised if it could tell me what account recommendation is, because it would have to look at a bunch of metaprogramming, which maybe it could. There's a Vim plugin for that, less clicks and copy pasting. Probably trained on different data. Yeah, Copilot is specifically trained on code data. But it is the same, it's the same thing. Okay. What? Oh no! Wait, okay, no, this is fine. So the problem is that sample is going to operate on an array or an object. Wait, this says that it only operates on an array. Is that true? Okay. It's an object. Okay, so this is telling me a different story. The story that this one is telling me, which could be wrong. These are not the same. These have the same name, but they're not the same type. This is rough. This is why I don't work on this job full time. This drove me insane to the point that I was just depressed. It is just too much legacy code where everything's named the same thing, you know, and in almost every collection, it's just E. So you can't tell by the name of the thing what it is or what type it is, and you can't tell by the name of the argument to its loop what type it is. All of the things are named E. Everything is named E. And then just names are reused. There's no naming conventions. It's been so hard. And I've been working in this code base for years, gradually improving it. The majority of what I've done in this code base is refactoring. I've added new code, but the majority of what I've done has been refactoring, and it's just it never makes sense. No matter how long I work in the code base, I still can't make heads or tails of it. Anytime I enter in some portion that I haven't refactored, it's just, I mean, this There's no structure, there's no philosophy that went into this. It's just literally whatever popped into his head, that's what he did. Just right then, right there, that was it. And it's by his own admission. This is the way that this, and it's so flipping hard to figure out what something is doing in here. All right, let me go back. So this is the render partial. Nope. Render account to do section. Okay, what was it that I was just trying to figure out? Because did I move on from that? Did I move on to the next one? Let me back up. Okay. Maybe? I don't know if that... Uh-oh. It's starting to rain. Hold on. I gotta close the windows. That stinks. I want the rain. Well, it's not the rain. There's rain and wind. I'm gonna leave it open for a bit. I don't want it to get wet in here. But I do want it to cool down in here because it's too hot in here. Okay. Copilot can refactor code for you. Okay, I missed some. Copilot versus ChatGPT, yes. They are trained on different data. Sometimes it's pure crap. I know. But they want it to be able to work in context of a whole project. Yes. Yeah, it is cool stuff. But I think the way that we need to go is the what I'm talking about with AI script. We don't need a general purpose model that can understand all code. We need a few programming languages with tools that are... We need tool-assisted programming, not general-purpose AI. Take a look at the speed AJ is writing code. He doesn't need Copilot. I have basically written no code the entire 5 hours here. So maybe I do. Except I just don't know. I mean, if it... Yeah. Not sure if it won't crash, but it can simplify code, add comments, yeah. Something else, forgot what it is. I agree, ChatGPT can help brainstorming, but is necessary to review the code, yes. Made by GPT, yes. For unit tests is very good, yeah. You have to review it after the change, yep. Donut shape using a Toro, add sprinkles to it, what? Oh, it didn't include the code. Yeah, it's not going to include the code. Hold on, I got to close the window. Water inside. Well, yep, water. Lots of water's coming inside. I should have closed it a few minutes ago because it's a lot of water. Everything's wet. Well, wet is there are multiple things that have more than mist on them. Okay, let me... Oh. All right, let me... All right, there we go. Windows are closed. All right. Twitch chat doesn't include code. Yeah. Well, you could possibly paste a link to a gist. Okay, so whoa, it's hail. And it's flying by, some of it. Alright. Too bright. Auto levels are being screwed up by the overhead lighting. Okay. How do you like that sound? I am in Utah. I figured we were going to get one more snowstorm or hailstorm or something like that before summer. It's been too nice the past few weeks. All right, let's see. Does anything need to get put away in the backyard? Hold on. Your shoes are outside in the rain. Do we have any of the kids' toys? Is the unicorn inside? Dang. It's coming. The ukulele is outside. We'll see if the plants survive the wind today. Okay. All right. Let me tone that down a little bit now that it's a little darker. Okay. Whew. That's what the rain is like we get in Texas. Yeah, it may, let's see. It may have passed. That may have been it. The rain is louder than the music for me. I can't hear the music because of the rain. Pop, 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 pop. All right. Got a bug crawling over the camera. Okay, so brand. Where did brand come from in the account to do section? I don't know because I don't know if we actually got it from the right thing. It's probably fine. Oh, this is what I'm working on right here. This is what I'm trying to figure out if it's right. Because render account to do section, what I wanted to do. Wait, was that a drip? All right. Woo! I need to go back into the templates here. That's some crazy rain. Util email, templates, partials, weekly account report. Because I was changing this. No. Which one did I change? I'm pretty sure I changed more than one. I only changed user to-dos? I thought I changed the other one. Maybe I didn't actually change that. Okay, to-dos, account to-dos, account to-dos, 0 account dot name. All right, if that's all it was, then I'm good. I'm good to pause here and take a break. How long have I been coding? About 5 hours. I know that's not what you meant. I've been coding for about 20 years. All right, let's see what we got here. Get by ULID, get by account ID, that's fine. So the brand and all. We're going to go back in, we're going to fix that. Account to-dos partial. Let me go look at the account to-dos partial again real quick. I could have sworn I modified 2 of these. Oh, this kind of tells us what we've got going on too. Okay, so we have to-dos. This is only 2 layers deep. Well, 3. Because to-dos is an array, partner to-dos is an array, user to-dos is an array. And then to-do is an object. To-dos, partner to-dos, user to-dos, to-do label. All right. So that's what that data looks like. Render account to do section. It's only called in 2 places, and one's the test. Okay, again, this is just going to be a whip for... And this is one of the hardest ones, so it gets a little more tedious but less difficult from here. Because this one I had to really dig through because this is lots of nested stuff and it's disassociated from the user. Most of the rest of these come from API calls. You know, I think I might just go through this because I don't have enough time now to play Tears before dinner. So I think I'm just going to keep going through with this. I'm going to take a quick pause just to save this and see if I've got any more drink. No. Fish out of water. Oh, whoops. Oh, no. That's just the formatter's running because one of those things changed. Let's see, actually. Do we want to change that? Yeah, we do. So the one thing that I could do here to make this better is where we have brand null. I could figure out multi-account to-dos. Okay, here we do. Go. AJ, I need to go for that dinner time. Nice stream. Really enjoyed it. Well, thanks, and welcome back again. I always call the to-do. I don't know what you mean. Oh, to-dos? To-dos? Hey, Shred. You're going to have some to-dos. Okay. When did you get into cryptocurrency? I have never gotten into cryptocurrency. Never. I just happen to work for Dash Incubator. So I'm not into cryptocurrency. I am into Dash and specifically Dash Incubator. I am not into scamming the poor to enrich the rich. That's not what I'm into. That's not the life I live. I believe that Dash Incubator, specifically Dash Incubator, has potential to create something of value as an international currency. Not a cryptocurrency, an international currency. Not something that competes against BTC and ETH. Dash will never compete against BTC and ETH. Because the purpose of Dash is not to scam people. It's not to launder money. So it cannot compete in that market. But I believe that Dash could compete against the dollar and the euro as a global currency with lower fees, with faster transaction times, but not until there's an economy, a functioning economy. And Dash Incubator is the only thing that can bring that in about. Hey, Zebby. What is up? What am I doing today? I am doing some monotonous refactoring. Well, some of it's not that monotonous. It actually does require some brain power. But I am going through legacy code, and I am updating it so that we can have sub-branded emails, so that our customers, emails that we generate on behalf of our customers, can go to their customers, their clients, with their branding. That's the thing that I'm working on. Okay, let account IDs map equal Oh, wait. Okay, so this one... IDs. There we go. Okay, so that one's now fixed. Oh, no, it's not. Dang it. Urgh. Okay. User ID. Maybe I can pass through user ID. Let's see, do we have a user ID here? Trying to think about how's this going to work. Let's see. Admin account IDs. Is this? Am I even thinking about this the right way? I may not even be thinking about this the right way to begin with. No, I think I am. I think I'm thinking about this the right way. Because there's different tiers of custom branding. And I got to figure out what tier I'm trying to operate on here. Okay, admin account IDs. I need to go look at our database again. Or let me look at the model here. Accounts. Many-to-many relationship. I think I should go the opposite direction. I don't even want to do this. Do I already have account model? Is it account or is it accounts? It is account. Okay. Okay, I think like this. And I may have to do the same thing in multiple places, so it may need to be its own function. Render weekly report. For whom? Okay. Alright, so there's no more brand nulls in here. Let's see if we have any more send email by bodies. Oh, that one's wrong. Well, maybe. Let me... Okay, where are we defining this? Being defined here. There is no body, there's HTML. See, is there HTML in here? Anywhere else? No. Alright. So send email by body is here, and is here, and is here. I don't know why it says by body. Shouldn't it be with body? Okay, so there's two things we can completely get done here and call this a good wrap-up point. We can get all of render partial fixed. Brand name data. We can get all of send by body fixed. Brand name data. 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 Okay, now we're back. So there's no more X brand on that. We completed a unit of work. Huzzah! All right, let's see if I can get this one as well. I want to change this ever so slightly to where brand is the first parameter. Okay, send box file as email. It's only used in one place. So how do we get brand in here? Okay, how did I figure out? Because I say that I figured this one out. And I did trace these through. So let's see. Handle PandaDoc event. I think this is where the account comes through. Oh, there's account ID right there. There we go. Where's that one I was just in? Kind of want to make this a little more lazy. Put it a little closer to where it's used. Ah, and this from is not the correct from. I think that that's kind of redundant. I'm going to go check on this. Because I think that providing this is redundant. I think that it gets formed this way anyway. Send box file as email. Where is that from? It's probably from util, email, index. Send box file as email. And some just from. Not only is it redundant, it's not there. Okay. Okay, so send email with attachments will be next. There we go. All right. Oh, interesting. Send email by body. We don't even really need that. Invalid shorthand initializer. Do we just have a send email? Okay, we have a number of places that would need to be changed for this. Whew. What are we at here? Okay, it is time to wrap up. I don't think I can get through all of these in the time that we have. And my energy level's kind of low. I need a refresh. Okay, so we can just get rid of... We can merge... All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and initiate a little raid here, maybe. It looks like And most everybody else left for dinner too, so we'll see how effective that is. Okay, it looks like of the few people remaining, the one person that's on Twitch now, you will just have to go find someone to watch, because I'm not going to raid with one person. Oh. So the chain will break. All right. Yeah. I am going to sign this off. Give me just 1 second here. Okay, I think that tomorrow we'll get this done. Or maybe tonight. I don't know if I'm going to pick it back up tonight. But we're looking at... Okay. All right, I'm heading off. Thanks for joining in. Really appreciated all the comments. That was it was a really fun stream. I'm glad that everybody tuned in. Most people have already headed out, but thanks for tuning in and chatting with me. I enjoyed it, and I will catch you later. Adios. Wait, I'm not going to snap yet. Let's pause that music, and then throw up the adios.